Chapter 1944. In this period of time, although there was no description of Jun Changxiao's realm, but after fighting with many upper-class heaven's secret realm, he had accumulated a wealth of experience, so when he suddenly attacked, there would be blood. Those who played with the sword paid attention to 3 words: fast, ruthless, and accurate. In this aspect, Guo Xing had achieved the pinnacle, causing Jian Guishu to gasp in amazement. King Jia, who had dodged, broke out in cold sweat. If his reaction speed was not fast enough, the one injured would definitely be him, and not King Mo Yun. Fortunately, at the same time, he and his companions also deeply realized that this patriarch of the sect of all times was indeed extraordinary. No wonder someone as strong as King Duolao was killed by him alone. When an expert made a move, one would know whether they were real or not. At this moment, King Jia and the other 3 definitely did not think that they had the ability to fight Jun Changxiao alone. Fortunately, they had come to borrow troops this time, and everyone had come. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for many fists. They did not believe that they could not deal with him alone. Thinking of this, King Jia and the others immediately had confidence. Sorry. Jun Changxiao raised his sword and pointed at them, saying indifferently, I said the wrong thing just now. You won't have the chance to go back and tell Sky Devil Emperor, because you will all die here today. Perhaps because he had taken down the Star Spirit Realm, it gave him the capital to be arrogant. Shameless boasting. King Jia and the other 3's eyes were filled with anger. He had followed the celestial demonic emperor to the north and south, and had never encountered such an arrogant guy. Brat. King Pisa sneered and said, You seem to have not realized your situation? What situation? At this moment, not only were there 4 of them, but they also controlled the power of the entire eternal boundary. As long as they gently shook the bell, the millions of martial artists gathered in the air would swarm forward. Even if they used the human wave tactic, they would still be exhausted to death. You mean these walking corpses controlled by drugs? Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, Sorry, they are nothing in my eyes. Cut the crap. King Jia said coldly, Die! Whoosh whoosh. Perhaps they had planned this beforehand. The 4 of them burst forth at the same time, sending out black light waves at the same time. 4 powerful forces came crashing over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Jun Changxiao appeared very calm and did not even take any precautions. Because, void-breaking sword. A sharp and unparalleled sword radiance flew from behind and collided with the first wave of energy. The 2 forces cancelled each other out and turned into flowing lights that filled the sky. Sword returning to ruin slowly landed beside Jun Changxiao. 9 seemingly real yet illusory sharp sword cheese hung behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. 9 swords transformation technique. It was one of the famous sword techniques of the ruins of End Sword Saint. Since joining the Jun Alliance, many people only remembered an old man who was trying his best to show off his surprise, but they had forgotten his true identity and strength. Swish, swish. At the same time, another 5 flowing lights flew over. They worked together to break through the second wave of energy and stood in front of Jun Changxiao like 5 door gods. When the light screen gradually weakened, Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and He Wudi appeared. Night Emperor understood the meaning of reincarnation and broke through to the divine secret realm. He was barely qualified to fight against upper-class opponent. He Wudi was even more so. Although he was still at the half-step level, his control and utilization of the power of immortal music was the best in the sect of all times. He could make up for the difference in cultivation level. Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma were in an awkward situation. The 2 of them had not reached a higher cultivation level, and their understanding of immortal music was not as good as the last disciples. When facing upper-class divine secret realm experts, they could only be beaten up. It was not a big problem. This time, they came with their fellow disciples. One of them was in the jungler position, while the other was in the support position. The damage output was left to the few C positions. There was also Lu Qianqian. Not only had this disciple entered the divine secret realm, but she had also signed a contract with an SSS rank general. Her combat power was not inferior to Yi Xingchen and He Wudi. It could be said that they were currently the strongest five-man team in the sect of all times. If they were to be divided, He Wudi would be the top laner, Su Xiaoma would be the jungler, Lu Qianqian would be the mid laner, and Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji would be the bottom laner. If they were to participate in the S-Series tournament in Shanghai this year, they would definitely crush all the other teams and win the third championship for China. 1. Suddenly, the space in front of them distorted and layers of barriers intertwined. Boom! The third wave of energy slammed into it. Although it tried to break through the barrier, it did not succeed until it exhausted all its energy. It could only turn into nothingness. The people in front of Jun Changshao were the upper echelons of the sect of all times. They were the chief elder Gu Zhaoxi, the peak elders Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho and Bailey Qianqiu, the two guardians, the black and white Rakshasa, and the veteran executive elders Jiang Ye, Ding Xingwang and Gongsun Hao. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His realm exploded and his aura shook the sky. In terms of overall strength, other than Jun Changshao, no one in the sect of all times could compete with the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon alone. However, when they gathered together, they might not be inferior. Who was afraid of who in a group fight? Jun Changshao wanted to summon the elites of the Night King Alliance to deal with the fourth wave of energy, but he saw Fang Shania in front of him. He pushed out his palms and broke the black light wave. King Jia said coldly, "Realm Lord Fang, are you rebelling against our emperor?" "You have no right to order my people around," Fang Shania said with a cold gaze. His original intention was to let the living beings stay away from war and live a peaceful life, although his actions were too extreme. Was it bad? Not really. Just as Jun Changshao said, he had embarked on an evil path. If he was willing to turn back, he could still be redeemed. Humph! King Jia sneered. The moment you gave your soul to our emperor, the living beings of the eternal distance domain were no longer your people. Fang Shania's face turned ferocious. At this moment it was unknown whether he had regained his rationality or walked out of his extreme thoughts, but one thing was certain. He regretted selling his soul to the celestial devil emperor. Jun Patriarch. Fang Shania lowered his head. His voice was filled with sorrow. I was once disappointed and lost all sense of direction. I only found my answer when I met you. A smile appeared on Jian Guishu's face. The youth of the past had finally awakened. Turning back is worth more than gold, Jun Changshao said. The system thought for a while and roared, "It's clearly a prodigal son turning back." "It's the same. Same my ass." Just as the two were showing off their daily affection, Fang Shania slowly raised his head and slowly spread his hands. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Selling my soul to the devil, there's no turning back." Jun Changshao frowned. This guy, Jun Patriarch. Senior Sword Sage. The living beings of the eternal distance domain are in your hands from now on. As soon as he said this, Jian Guishu had a bad feeling. He was about to persuade him when he heard Fang Shania's tragic roar. The great unity domain is eternal and everlasting. Whoosh! He disappeared into thin air. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 4 8th-division heavenly dragons standing opposite him also disappeared. Boom! Then, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the eternal distance domain. The internal space system was impacted and immediately swept up a storm. Jun Changshao stood in midair. His spiritual sense was integrated into the universe. He saw a huge mushroom cloud caused by the big explosion in the distance. He clenched his fist and said, "Is he stupid?" On this day, the eternal distance domain lord, Fang Shania, used his self-created magic to integrate the Celestial Devil Emperor and the other 8 division heavenly dragons into the Great Unity Domain and transferred them to the vast universe. Then, he detonated his own soul and body to redeem them. I once fell into the endless darkness. I wanted to struggle, but I couldn't free myself. I was like you, like him, like the wild grass and wild flowers. I was desperate and yearning. Chapter 1945. No one expected that Fang Shania would suddenly use a theurgy to bring the 4 8-division heavenly dragons into the universe and self-destruct his soul. Not everyone had the courage to do such a thing, unless they were forced into a dead end. That was right. Fang Shania was in a dead end because he had sold his soul to the Celestial Demonic Emperor. There was no shore behind him, only hell. Therefore, while he was still alive and had yet to be captured by the other party, it was better to sacrifice himself for redemption. Was he stupid? Jun Changshao thought so. But in fact, he was not stupid. He had decisively used a theurgy and self-destructed. Saving himself was one thing, but the other was to save the thousands of lives in the eternal distance domain. Judging from the situation just now, Jun Changshao and the 4 8-division heavenly dragons would definitely fight to the death. The millions of people under their control would definitely participate in the battle as well. No matter who won in the end, they would suffer heavy casualties. Fang Shania did not want to see this, so he could only choose to sacrifice himself. The theurgy instantly enveloped the 4 and did not give them a chance to ring the bell. This was a good decision. As for death, Fang Shania was very open-minded. Since he had chosen to save the people, it was equivalent to offending the Celestial Demonic Emperor. Even if Jun Changshao and Jian Guishu could deal with the 4, he would still die if the news reached the Celestial Demonic Emperor. Since he was going to die anyway, he had to die a worthy death. Fang Shania chose to self-destruct his soul because he had a careful analysis. He did not fight with the enemy on a whim. He was the sinner of the eternal distance domain. But he also chose to die for redemption. Jian Guishu was silent for a long time until the mushroom cloud gradually weakened. Then he said, "Living forever in the great unity world, he created may be a kind of relief for him." Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. Suddenly, he found that 4 slightly embarrassed figures gradually appeared in the huge vortex formed by the explosion. He was surprised. They're not dead? The upper-class Celestial Realm Masters chose to self-destruct after using a theurgy. The explosion had completely collapsed. Not only did it form a huge vortex, but it also gradually turned into a black hole that swallowed everything around it. Wah! At the edge of the explosion, King Jia and the other 3 flew out with difficulty. Then, they couldn't suppress their injuries and spat out blood. Their faces were paler than the previous. As the right-hand man of the Celestial Demonic Emperor, his strength could withstand the test. Naturally, he would not be killed by Fang Shania's soul self-explosion. However, he was definitely injured. The tragedy was, this was the second time they had been blasted into such a sorry state. First time? That's right, it was the explosion of the astral spirit world. These 4 brothers were really unlucky. If they weren't bombed, then they were on the way to being bombed. They couldn't hide no matter how hard they tried. Fortunately, it was just a heavenly secret realm soul explosion. Its power is far inferior to that of a top-tier plane. We will be able to recover after resting for a few days. King Jia rejoiced. Rest for a few days? You're thinking too much. Shua. The 4 of them immediately assumed the stances of dragons, snakes, tigers, and cranes. They looked vigilantly at Jun Changshao, who had appeared out of nowhere behind them, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Before they were bombed, they were very confident. Now that they were injured, they were a little weak. Of course, they were weak because not only was Jun Changshao standing in front of them, but also Jian Guishu and the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times. The pitiful 4 were already in a sorry state, and now they were surrounded. Don't panic. There's still the bell. King Jia hurriedly raised his hand, but he was stunned. Where's the bell? Where's my bell? Hey. Jun Changshao waved the thing in his hand and said, Are you looking for it? You, King Jia said in disbelief. When did you steal it? The word steal was very appropriate. Jun Changshao had used the spirit of concealment to sneak up on him while he was vomiting blood. Then, he casually grabbed his waist. Before Realm Lord Fong left, he entrusted the living beings of the eternal distance domain to me. Naturally, I won't let them be hurt. Without the bell, King Jia's expression was extremely ugly. He and his companions were injured, and the treasure used to borrow troops was also gone. What should he do? Simple, run. Let me make one thing clear. It's not that Jun Changshao is strong, but that we were bombed and are in no condition. He was very good at finding excuses for himself. Unfortunately, if Jun Changshao let the injured escape, he would be too ashamed to face Sect Master Wang in the underworld. So he immediately waved his sleeves and shouted, Prepare to catch the demons. Swish, swish. The upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times immediately rushed forward. Damn it! King Jia roared, Fight them, boom! Before he could finish, he Woody punched him in the face, and he was instantly sent flying. Because of the power of the immortal sound, his injuries immediately worsened, and his head buzzed. Brother Na! Boom! 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 The other 3 8th Division Heavenly Dragons didn't have time to care about King Jia, because the care of the Sect of all times immediately came. Jun Changshao also joined in. He didn't use any gorgeous martial arts, nor did he use the awesome heaven and earth attribute. He just used the most simple and unadorned fan de biao style to grab with both hands. Patriarch took the lead. The upper echelons and disciples also became unscrupulous. Jian Guishu's mouth twitched. Was this a battle? She was simply a shrew. Fang Shania severely injured the 4 8th Division Heavenly Dragons in a way that destroyed their souls, protected the people under their control, and also helped Jun Changshao avoid a fierce battle. He successfully put them on the ground, beaten them black and blue, and beaten them until they were foaming at the mouth. At this point, the most tragic title was taken by the 4 brothers. Although King Dwulu's head was chopped off, he had at least fought with Jun Changshao. On the other hand, they were first bombed and then beaten up. They couldn't fight back during the whole process. Creak. In Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, King Jia and the others, who were half dead, were thrown into the prison cell. When the light disappeared with the door closed, what awaited them was Aria's love. Hengyuan Realm. Jun Changshao shook the bell. Whoosh, whoosh. The millions of martial artists floating in the sky fell down one after another. Their eyes were still empty. They didn't know that the Realm Master had died. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, Please help them remove the drugs control. Okay. Jun Changshao nodded and said, I will. Whether Fang Shania was wrong or not was no longer important as his soul had dispersed. Since the Realm Master had handed over the creatures of this plane to him before leaving, he must live up to his dying wish. On the same day, the treatment team headed by Miao Saifeng sat in the square of Hengyuan City and restored the sanity and freedom of the martial artists who were under the drugs' control one by one. Realm Master. When the people who regained their sanity learned that the Realm Master had chosen to sacrifice himself to fight against the demonic emperor, they all knelt outside the palace in tears. Many people were fed the drug in a daze and didn't know the reason. In order to protect Fang Shania's last dignity, Jun Changshao didn't intend to tell them the truth. There was something. Let it go with the wind. Jun Patriarch. On the mountain peak, after Jian Guishu remembered the late Fang Shania, he asked, Is there really a peaceful and worry-free world in this world? Jun Changshao was silent for a moment and said, Maybe. Chapter 1946. There were too many creatures in the Hengyuan world. The medical team led by Miao Saifeng worked for more than a month to restore their consciousness. Gradually, The plane had regained its former vitality. Only creatures with self-awareness could bring the whole world to life. On the contrary, it was like a pool of stagnant water before. Jun Changshao sat on the mountain with his hands clasped together. He frowned slightly as if he was thinking about something. Realm Lord Feng entrusted this plane to me before he died. I must not let him down. It's decided. Take all creatures into the eternal world and work to build a unified world. The system complained, "You're just greedy for other people's planes. Don't be so sanctimonious." No. Jun Changshao said seriously, "I'm saving them." The Celestial Devil Emperor would never allow the Hengyuan world to fall out of his control. This world was in a dangerous situation. Taking them into the eternal world was undoubtedly the best result. What's more, after the integration of the two origins, the area greatly increased. It needed more creatures to fill and develop. Wait. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up and said, "You can also integrate the origin of the Hengyuan world. The creatures living in it will be like returning to their home." The system was speechless. "Host, are you going to integrate all the first-class planes in the upper universe?" "If the strength allows," Jun Changshao said, "I have no objection." Bah! The system couldn't help it. It was understandable. After all, the reader's mobile phone screens were already full of saliva at this moment. Jokes aside, Jun Changshao's idea of taking all creatures in the Hengyuan world into the eternal world was not wrong. Because the Celestial Devil Emperor had lost 4 capable people in a row, he would definitely vent his anger on this plane. If he didn't take them in today, they might be in danger tomorrow. Realm Lord Feng. Jun Changshao stood up and said, "I won't let any harm come to your people." Whoosh! Flying up into the sky, he said in a clear voice, "The demonic emperor might come tomorrow. For your safety, please relax your mind." Hearing this, all creatures did as they were told. Without the Realm Lord, they would lose their backbone. At this time, they could only choose to believe in the person who saved them. Whoosh! Swish swish! Because the creatures of the eternal distant world were very cooperative, they were all sent to the eternal world smoothly. Feeling the fusion of the two origins and the birth of a brand new heaven and earth attribute, they all stood there dumbstruck. The level of the eternal distant realm was not low, but compared to this place, it was instantly reduced to dregs. Coming to the eternal world is a great opportunity and fortune for you and the others. Why did he say that? This was because, in the future, if creatures from different planes wanted to obtain the right to live in the eternal world permanently, they would have to go through a series of examinations, and there would even be restrictions on their realms and quotas. This is a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Do you drink? Don't be so reserved. Come, let's have a toast. Deep underground, Jun Changshao was holding a bowl of drunken dreams with a bright smile on his face. On the other side, the illusory figure was trembling. This was the source of the eternal distance realm. It really wanted to cry now because the human in front of it seemed amiable, but in fact, he had placed a sharp sword on its neck. Gulp! Jun Changshao drank up the wine in the bowl, leaving not a drop behind. The heroism of a Shandong person was vividly displayed. "You drank wine. Then we are friends." The source of the eternal distance realm roared in its heart. "I didn't drink, okay. Friends should treat each other with sincerity and honesty." Jun Changshao filled the bowl again and said, "Come, let's have another toast." The source of the eternal distance realm collapsed and said, "What do you mean?" "It's simple." Jun Changshao said, "Sign a contract with me." "Impossible." The source of the eternal distance realm had just opened its mouth when it suddenly felt that the sword was heavy, and the surface was surrounded by an energy that it had never seen before. It hurriedly changed its words and said, "I agree. I agree." Don't blame it for being too quick. The power of the celestial sound was released, and the killing intent contained in it was too strong. Good. Jun Changshao withdrew his energy, raised his head and drank the wine in the bowl. Then, he smiled innocently and said, "Relax your mind and sign the contract." In this way, forced by Go Xing's abuse of power, the Eternal Distance Realm's origin chose to compromise. In the underground palace of the Eternal World, Jun Changshao sat cross-legged on the ground. His brows furrowed and relaxed at times, giving the impression that he was constipated. Boom! In the outside world, it was like a bolt from the blue. Again, everyone raised their heads and looked at the phenomenon. He had experienced such a situation once before, so it didn't cause too much of a stir. Kaka! Kaka! About a few hours later, the space seemed to have been torn apart by a pair of hands. The land, rocks, and sea continued to expand. At this point, the Eternal World had become many times larger. After the fusion of the Eternal Distance Realm essence and the other two essences, the heavenly Tao order had changed, and the heaven and earth attributes had become purer and richer than before. If the previous attributes were defined as level 1, after 3 rounds of fusion, they would be at least level 10. The improvement was very significant. What a familiar feeling. Yes, it's the smell of home. When the new heaven and earth attributes filled the entire eternal world, the creatures who had been sent here before suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. For a moment, all of them burst into tears and had mixed feelings. After the expansion of the plane, it was necessary to expand it, so Li Qingyang and Paige began to get busy again. The fusion of the 3 essences. Jun Changshao stood in the sky, closed his eyes to feel the changes of heaven and earth, and said to himself, "All the values have improved greatly." This value not only referred to the heaven and earth attributes, but also the strength of the space barrier. The stronger the space, the safer it was. At this moment, the overall defense of the eternal world had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was not enough. There was still a long way to go. A safer defense system must be built. Jun Changshao once said that he wanted to take out the eternal world openly, stand proudly in the upper universe, and become a holy land worshipped by all living beings. Therefore, it must be built indestructible. In the formation hall, as soon as Jun Changshao walked in, the eyelids of the Taishan elder twitched crazily. As long as this guy came, nothing good would come out of it. Master. Go Xing sat down, tapped his fingers on the table regularly, and then stopped talking. The Taishan elder waited for a while. Seeing that he kept silent, he broke down and said, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't pretend to be mysterious." "Master," Jun Changshao said, "I have an idea." Sure enough, one never visits a temple without a cause. Although the Taishan elder was speechless, he still cooperated and said, "What idea? The sect of all times can stand between heaven and earth, thanks to your continuous improvement of the sect-protecting formation," Jun Changshao said. "Of course." The Taishan elder raised his head, and pride was written all over his face. Although he didn't talk much about the sect-protecting formation during this time, in fact, he and his formation team had been constantly studying and improving it, and the defense level was rising steadily. Jun Changshao said, "Since the sect of all times has the sect-protecting formation, shouldn't the eternal world have the same?" Jie. The muscles on the Taishan elder's face froze. "Master," Jun Changshao said seriously, "for the sake of all living beings in the world, please design a bomb protection formation for the eternal world. It will cover all corners of the world. I believe that it will be a great achievement that will be recorded in the annals of history." "Great achievements, my ass." The Taishan elder stood up and pointed outside, and shouted with spittle flying, "It's such a big plane, do you want me to die of exhaustion? Capable people do more work." "Bullshit, I won't do it." "Master, please consider the overall situation." Chapter 1947. That night, the core researchers of the formation hall, who had been resting, were called to the entrance by the Taishan elder. "Grand Elder, it's late. Is there anything important?" Shangguan Xinyao rubbed her eyes, still sleepy. Yes. The Taishin elder said solemnly, it's very important. As soon as he said this, everyone's sleepiness disappeared. As a member of the research team of the Formation Hall, they had encountered too many important things during this period, such as studying the array used on mechas day and night, and various kinds of security systems. In short, they had never stopped on their way to becoming tools. Jun Changshao was proud of them. Life was too short. It was very meaningful to devote limited energy to infinite work. Clap. The Taishin elder put his hands on the sand table representing the eternal world and said seriously, I just got the order from the Patriarch. We have to create a protective array covering the eternal world in the shortest time. It's not a big problem. A member suddenly stopped and said in surprise, a protective array covering the eternal world. He began to misunderstand it as a protective array. Grand Elder. Someone broke down and said, how is this possible? If it was a protective array, they were confident to study it. A large array protecting the entire eternal world was simply, for a moment, everyone looked at the planar sand table that they had just measured, and a strong sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Grand Elder. Someone said bitterly, the eternal world was not small before. Now it has expanded dozens of times. It will take at least dozens of generations to arrange a formation covering the entire plane. No. The Taishin elder said solemnly, it will be done by our generation. Despair appeared on everyone's faces. They had begun to imagine that they would spend the rest of their lives studying the formation until they grew old. Before they died, they would hold the hands of their descendants and say weakly, the formation will be set up soon. Don't forget to tell your ancestors. No. They put all their efforts into studying the formation. How could they have time to have children? Interesting. Shangguan Xinyao laughed. Studying the protective array covering the eternal world was tantamount to a fantasy for ordinary people, but it aroused her strong interest. Of course, this will be difficult, but the more difficult it was, the more they had to overcome it. Grand Elder. Shangguan Xinyao asked impatiently, when do we start? Now. All right. The others broke down. However, since it was an order from the Patriarch, they had to complete it even if they had to risk their lives. Therefore, they adjusted their mentality and carried all kinds of tools as they entered the spacetime pocket. With such a large amount of work, if one did not rely on time acceleration to create it in one's lifetime, it would definitely be a pipe dream. Everyone. Jun Changshao sat on the big locust tree and said seriously, please. Using his disciple as a tool made him feel very pained, but he had to endure it. That was because the happiness of the future could only be obtained by constantly working hard today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for dominating the eternal distant world. You have fulfilled the requirements of the main mission, dominating the eternal distant world. Completion rate, 35%. The living beings that moved in felt the taste of home and gradually adapted to it. The dominating world condition had been completed. As expected. Jun Changshao said, another 15%. After all, the eternal distant domain is a top-level material plane in the upper universe, the system explained. So it's like this. Jun Changshao said with a burning gaze, I only need to dominate 5 more first-class material planes of the same level to complete the main mission. In the past, when he saved the Scarlet Hell world, he was only given a 1% completion rate, which made Goxing despair. Now it was more acceptable. Although it's a lot. The system said, but it's also difficult. Is it difficult? Jun Changshao said, why don't I feel it? The system said, you're too arrogant. In fact, from the process of dominating the eternal distant world, it was indeed not difficult. The main reason was that although Fang Shania sold his soul to the Sky Devil Emperor, he was not an evil person in essence. If it was like the star spirit world, Jun Changshao would definitely have to use the power of the entire sect to completely conquer it if he wanted to meet the requirements of dominating. Rumble! Rumble! On the expanded land, Page ran back and forth like an excavator, spitting out foundation after foundation. Li Qingyang sat in the tent and carefully analyzed the blueprint. The bigger the material plane, the more planning. Jun Changshao would occasionally come to inspect and express his concern, and give high praise for their efforts. Master, Page was moved to tears. He did not eat lunch and got busy under the scorching sun, as if his body had been injected with chicken blood. Crazy work in exchange for rapid progress. City walls were built one by one, buildings were built one by one. On the newly opened land of the eternal world, there were huge changes almost every moment. The material plane was strong. The sect was strong. Therefore, Jun Changshao was looking forward to what form this material plane would eventually become in the upper universe under his and his disciples' efforts. The strongest of all time. Whoosh! In the vast universe, the eternal ship cut through the void and headed to the next material plane. Jun Changshao's current strategy was to develop the eternal world, quietly complete the main mission, and then fight the villain. However, would the Sky Devil Emperor, who had lost 4 generals, continue to be indifferent? The answer was impossible. Aware that the eternal world had been out of control, and that the 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons had lost contact, the Sky Devil Emperor immediately realized that there was another problem. The initiator of all this must be Jun Changshao. During this period of time, although there were many forces that rebelled against him, they were just a motley crew. Only the patriarch of the sect of all times had repeatedly caused trouble. Therefore, if there was anything strange, it would be right to blame him. He had paid a painful price in exchange for valuable experience. Boy! The Sky Devil Emperor was in a dark secret room and said coldly, "When I comprehend the supreme profound meaning, I will pull you out from the dark." Jun Changshao had the hidden eternal world and liked to change places, so he was as slippery as a loach, which made him very uncomfortable. However, it was not a big problem. Let that guy have fun first. After comprehending the treasure in front of him, he and all the creatures in the upper universe would become sacrifices for him to enter eternal life. Thinking of this, the Sky Devil Emperor took out a secret book. This was a very thick book, and the cover was slightly yellow. It should have a long history. There were 6 words written on the spine of the book: Sky-devouring demon. It would take some time to go to the next realm. Jun Changshao had nothing to do, so he looked for Jian Guishu to drink and chat. "Senior." After 3 rounds of wine, he asked, "Who is the Sky Devil Emperor?" A great villain was not born out of thin air. He must have a tragic past that distorted his character. Naturally, he needed to know more. This demon, Jian Guishu, was silent for a while and said, "I don't know much about it. However," he paused and said, "there are rumors that the Sky Devil Emperor may be the descendant of the Heaven-devouring Evil Lord." Heaven-devouring Evil Lord? Jun Changshao had only heard of the Evil Lord, who was now helping him manage the Avengers. This is a demon more terrible than the Sky Devil Emperor. He once devoured realms and creatures to strengthen himself, Jian Guishu said. Jun Changshao was speechless. Did every great villain have to be named with the word ancestor in order to show that they were extraordinary and awesome? If so, please call me Ancestor Jun first in the future. Jian Guishu said. The heaven-devouring evil lord was also unlucky. At the peak of his life, he met the martial arts legend Senior Qishuan and was killed in the endless abyss. Indeed. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's quite tragic." Although he had never met the 7 profound sage, he could see a thing or two from the light that he left behind. This was definitely a super big shot. A villain who lived in the same era as him was really born at the wrong time. The system said, villains of the same era as the host also did not have a good ending. Agreed. Seconded. The readers expressed their opinions. So, Jun Changshao stroked his chin and said, I might really be the Taishin sage, experiencing life in the lower realm with another identity, or making up for some shortcomings in my cultivation in order to pursue a higher realm of martial arts. The system roared. Those with yellow urine, uremia, and unclean urine, hurry up. Chapter 1948. And then. That's it. Jun Changshao was silent. He thought there would be more to the story, but in the end, the heaven-devouring evil lord was killed by the seven profound sage. Oh right. Jian Guishu thought of something and said, it's said that the demon left behind an evil secret manual. The inheritor can unify the upper universe and even comprehend the mystery of eternal life. What secret manual? Jun Changshao was interested. I'm not sure. Jian Guishu said, it's not recorded in the ancient books. Senior, how do you know that the celestial demonic emperor is the descendant of the heaven-devouring evil lord? After Senior Qishuan killed the demon, he left behind a sentence, saying that his descendants will make a comeback in the future. At that time, blood will stain the 9 heavens and bring chaos to the world, Jian Guishu said. Jun Changshao was speechless. Since you know that the descendants of the heaven-devouring evil lord will bring disaster to the universe, why not eliminate them? Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, the future is not only fixed, but also unpredictable. Even a mighty figure like Senior Qishuan can't control it. That's true. Jun Changshao was relieved. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu raised his wine cup and said seriously, Senior Qishuan once killed the demon in the endless abyss. This old man hopes that today you can eliminate the celestial demonic emperor, who is a disaster to the universe. During this period of time, he clearly understood that if the upper universe could usher in the dawn, it would be him and the sect of all times. It was no exaggeration. Jian Guishu already saw Jun Changshao as the hope of the upper universe. I'll do my best. Jun Changshao worshipped the 7 profound sage. Since he had killed a great demon that brought disaster to the world, then the celestial demonic emperor would be handed over to him. In an instant, Go leftovers entire being seemed to be in a miraculous realm. The incomparably imposing figure slowly turned around and said in a profound tone, Child, the universe that I once protected, I'll entrust it to you today. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, Senior, please rest assured. Jun will do his best. Bah! The system said, why is he so dramatic? After the banquet was over, Jun Changshao did not go to sleep. Instead, he sat in the study and pondered over the secret evil technique that Jian Guishu had mentioned. He murmured, if only I could get it from the shop. No problem. The system said, as long as the host is willing to spend reputation points, you will definitely be able to obtain any secret manual in the world. I didn't drink too much. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, why would I believe you? Indeed, the system store would definitely have all kinds of secret manuals, but the key was that he had to be lucky. Otherwise, he would be like a gambler who would fall deeper and deeper and eventually end up bankrupt. The next day, Jun Changshao first inspected the construction of the city before heading to the space-time mystic realm. The moment he entered, he was shocked. The research team led by the Taishin elder sat cross-legged on the ground. Their hair was disheveled and their eyes were bloodshot. They looked like they had gone mad. Master, Jun Changshao asked weakly, are you guys all right? He still had the face to ask? If he had not issued a task, would everyone have forgotten to eat and sleep to research? Would they have a mental breakdown? No progress, no progress. The Taishin elder hugged his head and cried out in a hoarse voice. The formation that enveloped the entire plane was not only a huge project, but also involved a lot of technical cores, so the consumption of brain cells was dozens of times more than usual. To this, as the author, I understand and sympathize with it, because mental work was really tiring, especially when there was no inspiration. One could really only scratch one's ears and cheek. It was really hard to sleep, and there was even a risk of going bald. Needless to say, most of the entire research team's hair was falling out piece by piece. Either their hairlines were in danger, or they had already formed a Mediterranean Sea. Sigh. Jun Changshao could not bear it and silently took out a few bottles of hair growth agent. Master. He sat down and said seriously, in a world, there was such a nation, in the most difficult era, without any strong technical support, using the abacus to make the ultimate weapon to defend the country and the people, and let the whole world hear the sound of the dragon's roar. What world? Which nation? The Taishin elder asked. That's not the point. Jun Changshao said. The point is, this tells us that no matter how difficult it is, as long as we persevere, as long as we work together, any problem can be solved. Makes sense. The Taishin elder nodded, then got up and gave up his seat. You persevere, you work hard. I also know how to say the words of chicken soup. But back to reality, the realm protection array was really too difficult to study. Come on. Jun Changshao pretended not to see and said, Okay. After saying that, he immediately slipped away. Damn. The Taishin elder stared and said, It's easy for you to say that. Grand Elder, we continue to study. Yes. Therefore, the elite geniuses of the array hall continued to study day and night. One by one, the blueprints of the array were outlined and piled up, slowly forming a hill. Studying an array that covered a plane was really too taxing on their brain cells, and the most fundamental reason was that it was difficult to make a breakthrough in technology. For example, how to design the lines and the eyes of the array to support a terrifying super-large array. Just this problem alone had troubled them for a long time, not to mention that they still had to set it up. The amount of work was completely unimaginable. Ah! The Taishin elder held a pile of blueprints and cried out in pain, This problem is too difficult. The old homebody, who had created two kinds of mental cultivation methods and developed the technology of Diablo, was almost driven crazy by the realm protection array. For this, Jun Changshao could only come over frequently to comfort him, and even do it himself. But every time he saw the table full of blueprints and the intricate lines and eyes of the array, he suddenly felt dizzy, and then covered his mouth and ran out of the secret realm to vomit. Master! I'm sorry, I'm suffering from trypophobia. Bah! A month later in the outside world, the research team listed the blueprints countless times, and just the discussion alone was no less than hundreds of times, but the result was still no progress. It's not working. Jun Changshao was anxious. With the help of time acceleration, they still couldn't find a clue. If they really studied it for a long time, who knew when? Patriarch. At this moment, Shangguan Xinyao, who had been immersed in thinking, said joyfully, I've thought of a way. What way? Jun Changshao was overjoyed. We can do this, and we can also do this. Because it involved confidential information, and to prevent readers from learning it, Shangguan Xinyao's words were automatically encrypted. That's right. The Taishin elder seemed to have been hit in the head and said joyfully, Why didn't I think of it? This plan given by Shangguan Xinyao gave the research team a research direction, so they began to actively explore. Can it work? Jun Changshao had doubts. Shangguan Xinyao said, Only by relying on this method can we create a super-large array that can support a plane. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, Okay. It's settled then. Use the plane origin as the eye of the array. Prop up the entire realm protection array. Chapter 1949. The problem that troubled the Taishin elder was how many formation eyes were needed to set up such a large realm protection formation. Formation eye. The soul of the formation. It was crucial to continuously deliver energy and make the front operate normally and reach the level of perpetual motion. The Taishan elder and the research team's initial idea was to set up many formations in the plane and finally connect them to support a huge formation system. It was theoretically feasible. But the eternal world was so big, how many formations did they need to set up? Could they ensure that they were perfectly compatible? The more complicated the program was, the more it needed to be perfect. A little negligence and mistake would waste all previous effort. So, the Taishan elder was driven crazy. Just when he and the research team were struggling to make progress, Shangguan Xinyao, a disciple of the Lingyan Pavilion of the Sect of all times and the owner of the word wisdom, came down from the sky and proposed a bold idea of using the eternal world origin as the formation I. The reader said, "You finally remembered the forgotten Lingyan Pavilion. When will the other disciples be arranged to go in?" "It depends on my mood." It was really a bold idea to use the plane origin as the formation I. The Taishan elder immediately began to seriously discuss with the members. The conclusion was that although shocking, it was theoretically feasible and even the most perfect solution at present. The problem that troubled them was that a large number of formation I's were needed to support the formation that covered the plane. If the eternal world was used as the formation I and as a perpetual motion machine, it would not need to be too complicated and could be easily set up. "Okay," Jun Changshao said, "let's do it." "Patriarch," Shangguan Xinyao said, "the advantage of using the origin as the formation I is that it can support a super-large formation, but it also has a fatal disadvantage." "Go ahead. We are bound together for good or ill. With the current size and energy of the Sect of all times' origin, it should be no problem to support a huge formation. However, the two would be closely connected. If either side was damaged, it would backfire on the other side. For example, if the realm protection formation was successfully set up, the plane origin would be damaged if it was broken by external forces during the defense phase. The origin would have problems. The worst-case scenario would be the collapse of heaven and earth. Order would be thrown into chaos, and all living beings would experience doomsday. "That's troublesome." Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. The enthusiastic Mr. Taishan and the researchers calmed down one after another. He couldn't gamble. If one array formation was destroyed, he could just repair another one. When the heart that represented the world malfunctioned, it was simply impossible for humans to cure it. "No." After the Taishan elder thought it through, he objected. "This method is too extreme. We can't do that." Jun Changshao leaned his hands together and rested his chin on them. He asked, "Shizhuan, do you know the reason why I set up the Great Barrier Formation?" The Taishan elder was silent. Jun Changshao said, "The existence of the formation is to ensure the safety of living beings. If it's broken by others, it won't be far from destruction. So..." He stood up and said with a serious look in his eyes, "As long as the formation exists, so does the world. If the battle dies, the world dies." That was right. The function of the realm protection formation was to protect. No matter what it was driven by, as long as it lost its function, the harm it brought would be fatal. In that case, let the plane origin support it. It would live and die with the eternal world, the Sect of all times, and thousands of living beings. Array Hall, listen up. Swish! Swish! The researchers in the secret realm stood at attention. Jun Changshao's eyes were like torches. He said, "Use the plane origin as the research direction. Set up the Great Barrier Formation that covers the entire plane as soon as possible." Solemn and majestic. In fact, Jun Changshao had the demeanor and aura of a patriarch. Because he treated his disciples as children and the Sect of all times as his home, he often preferred to do things casually and not seriously. Please remember, especially little do. In terms of right and wrong, and in certain positions, Jun Changshao had always been a man with three qualities: principles, bottom line, and responsibility. If one had to add one more, then he had worth. Yes. All the disciples said in unison. On the same day, the Taishan old man led them to work. With a direction, it was much easier. At least, they knew where to start. Highest Elder, is this okay? Yes. Highest Elder, is this okay? Yes. The members of the research team repeatedly contributed their own inspirations. There were many possibilities and different plans on the table. The Taishan old man intended to let Jun Changshao decide, but the reply he got was, "You are the professional in this area. You decide." Since the matter was handed over to the array hall, no matter what plan was provided, he would not hesitate to support it. This was the charm and courage of a patriarch. The Taishan old man felt a great responsibility because Jun Changshao wanted to put the future of the eternal world and thousands of living beings in his hand. Good. He said with a solemn expression, "I won't let you down." Next, the Taishan old man continued to lead his disciples to study and discuss day and night. Pieces of paper full of lines were scattered in the secret realm of time and space. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Dozens of members of the research team sat in front of the table and kept fiddling with the abacus. Their heads were shaking and their tongues were sticking out, trying to make sure that there was no deviation in their work. Su Xiaoma and the others occasionally came in to practice. Seeing their crazy appearance, they all exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's so scary!" The calendar hanging in the secret realm was torn off page by page. Time was also ticking away. Plop! A member fell down, his eyelids rolled up and white foam came out of his mouth. Ah! The Taishan old man couldn't bear to see it. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." The members of the medical hall quickly carried the patient on a stretcher. In the process of sending him away, he was still fiddling with the abacus slowly. It could be seen that he was still working even if he was unconscious. Salute! On the way to the medical peak, the disciples spontaneously stood in 2 rows and watched the hero leave. Snap! Li Tianxian took the opportunity to take a picture that would be passed down forever. Plop! Plop! In the secret realm, the research had reached a critical point. The members who had worked hard for it fell down one after another. No, I can still calculate. Many members were slightly injured, but they were still carried out to take over the treatment. Sitting on a jujube tree in the back mountain, Jun Changshao closed his eyes and said in his heart, "Your efforts and contributions today will be remembered by future generations forever." A few years later, the research drawings piled up in the secret realm were like mountains. There were only a few members left of the formation who persisted in the front line. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Wild laughter suddenly came from the piles of drawings. Then the Taishan old man jumped out and said like a madman, "It's done. It's finally done." His head was shiny and his beard was white. It could be seen that the research of the formation made him completely bald. It took a total of 10 years. After more than 3,600 days, hundreds of members of the formation went forward and worked hard one after another. The formation plan based on the origin of the eternal world was completely born today. Every time the future generations read this passage in the records of eternal history, they were all moved by the selfless dedication and the greatness of the ancestors. Swish! Swish! In every city and every corner of the eternal world, disciples of the sect of all times appeared one after another. They quietly left complex formations in place, and then went to the next destination. A few months later, on the main peak of the sect, Jun Changshao walked out of the hall in formal clothes and stopped in the center of the intricate formation. The research team led by the Taishan old man stood nearby, full of expectation. The formation of the Thunder Rhombus clan is completed. The formation of the Ice Phoenix clan is completed. The formation of the Stone Statue clan is completed. The formation of the Dragon clan is completed. The formation of the Soul clan after a while. Reporting to the Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao said in a trembling voice, The formations of all regions, clans, and cities are all activated. Swish. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and connected with the origin of the eternal world through his soul. He said proudly, "If miracles have colors, it must be swish, 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 swish." In an instant, the entire eternal world seemed to be lit up. All the major cities and clans released towering light and then connected with each other. Buzz. Visible ripples rose from the ground and quickly spread to the sky. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar. Shangguan Xinyao, who was sitting in the array hall, checked the data and operation of the formation on the light screen. After it stabilized, she said, reporting to the Patriarch, the barrier protection formation has been activated successfully. Her voice resounded throughout the sect. It's done. It's done. The members of the array hall burst into an uproar. They raised their arms and shouted. They hugged each other. The excitement and joy in their hearts were 1,000 times stronger than when they broke through to the divine mystery realm. In the excited crowd, the Taishan old man turned around and left slowly with his back hunched. Then he sat on the stone steps in the distance. He wanted to control his emotions. However, tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Everyone, listen to my orders. Suddenly, all the creatures in the entire plane turned around and faced the Sect of all times. The senior members and disciples of the Sect of all times faced the members of the array hall and the old man sitting on the steps. Show the highest standard of etiquette. Swish! Swish! All the creatures in the eternal world and the disciples of the Sect of all times put their right hands on their chests in unison. They were saluting the members of the array hall who had contributed for the past 10 years. They were saluting the Grand Elder who had always fought on the front line. Chapter 1950. On this day, the Realm Protection Formation was successfully activated, which meant that the eternal world had a complete defense system that could block the enemy and the door. This glory belonged to the Taishan Elder and everyone who participated in the research of the formation. Their names were destined to be recorded in the eternal history for future generations to worship and revere. However, how strong was it? According to rigorous scientific calculations, the Realm Protection Formation should be able to withstand the bombardment of dozens of upper-class Divine Secret Realm experts. Is it so exaggerated? Jun Changshao was surprised. No. The Taishan Elder said seriously, it's the origin of the eternal world that is exaggerated. The origin that determined the strength of the Realm Protection Formation was the origin of the Formation I, which was integrated with the origin of the other two first-class planes. Its strength and supply were really explosive. In other words, without the support of the three plane origins, it was impossible to set up such a large Realm Protection Formation. Let me have a try. Whoosh! Jun Changshao left the eternal world and stood in the starry sky of the universe. The latter was floating like a grain of sand. Because the Realm Protection Formation had a hidden function, it was no different from usual. Clang! Jun Changshao took out the Xian Yuan Divine Sword, locked on the grain of sand with his spiritual thoughts, and slashed at it without hesitation. As a result, he only heard a muffled buzzing sound and was almost bounced out. The eternal world. Facing an external attack, there was no ripple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao waved the sword, and the sword chi spread across 30,000 miles, bombarding the grain of sand from different angles, but it did not cause the slightest ripple in the inner formation. Device Spirit. Return to your position. Whoosh! Shi Jingxian integrated into the Xian Yuan Divine Sword in the form of a soul to enhance the weapon's power. Jun Changshao, whose battle strength sword, hacked again, but still did not shake the Realm Protection Formation. Finally, he let the rose of flowers possess him and awakened the stone statue bloodline. Bang! Bang! After using all his trump cards, it finally worked. Visible ripples appeared in the firmament of the eternal world, which looked like a swaying plastic wrap. However, that was all. Even after Jun Changshao bombarded it continuously for several hours in his full state, the feedback given by the Great Protection Array was still weak. It did not even materialize. Hoo! Go Xing bent over and stood in the universe, gasping for breath. Too strong. Using all sorts of trump cards and the support of all sorts of girls, it could be said that he had used all of his trump cards. His strength was definitely above that of an upper-class Heaven's Legacy. Even so, he was still unable to shake the realm-protecting Grand Array. He could be considered to have withstood the test of quality. It's safe now. Jun Changshao's face was filled with relief. Although the eternal world could be hidden, no one knew whether it would be discovered by the Celestial Devil Emperor. Now that they had set up the realm protection formation in advance, they had some confidence even if they were discovered. What's the next step? Rose of Flowers asked. I think. Jun Changshao paused for a moment and then said, summon the eternal world and set it up in the upper universe. Rose of Flowers said, this is equivalent to exposing it to the Celestial Devil Emperor. In fact, as far as the current defense of the eternal world was concerned, no plane in the upper universe could break it. But the biggest threat was still the devil who harmed the common people. If it was exposed, it meant that it would be discovered and targeted. I don't want to hide anymore, Jun Changshao said. I want to fight it fair and square. Hiding was only temporary. With his character, he preferred to rely on his strength to defeat the final big boss. Moreover, Jun Changshao had an idea. With the eternal world as a stronghold, he could win over various galaxies, planes, and forces, and lead them to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. It's dangerous, Rose of Flowers said, but I believe in my husband and the realm protection formation that the highest elder has studied. Jun Changshao, who had been wavering, saw that she was so supportive. He immediately slapped his thigh and said, don't hide anymore. It's time to lay our cards on the table. You are so annoying. Rose of Flowers blushed. Why? Because Go Xing slapped her thigh. Are you sure? You have to think twice. In the main hall of the Sect of all times, the higher-ups learned that the Patriarch was going to expose the eternal world and stand proudly in the upper universe. They all spoke out to dissuade him. It was not that they did not believe in the realm protection formation, but it was better to hide in the dark than to stand in the open. The Celestial Devil Emperor has harmed the universe, plunging the people into misery and suffering. Jun Changshao said seriously, at this time, we need a lighthouse to illuminate the darkness and guide the lost lambs. Everyone understood. The Patriarch wanted to use the eternal world as a lighthouse. Yes. Jian Guishu agreed. Now the upper universe is chaotic and disorderly. Many planes and forces are fighting for themselves. We urgently need a plane that is strong enough to lead them to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. It was good to hide in the dark. However, since they were going to fight the devil to the end, they had to have a base in the open. Everyone, Jun Chang asked with a smile, do you have any objections? No objections. Everyone shouted in unison. The day after tomorrow, the eternal world will stand in the upper universe. The light will dispel all darkness. Jun Changshao said firmly. Why did he choose the day after tomorrow? He did not deliberately choose the calendar, but according to estimation, the eternal ship would arrive at the locked destination. The Skywild World. The first-class plane secretly controlled by the Celestial Devil Emperor. If the Star Spirit World was a factory for warships and equipment, then the Skywild World was a provider of all kinds of martial arts resources. That was right. This plane was vast and rich in resources. According to the commander's confession, the Celestial Devil Emperor's army would come to the Skywild World almost every once in a while to resupply. The Star Spirit World also had trade with it. Vast and rich in resources? Jun Changshao said, how vast and how rich is it? The day after tomorrow. The eternal ship arrived outside the Skywild World as promised. This plane was indeed very large, at least one size bigger than the star spirit world. Sorry. Jun Changshao sat in the cockpit, gently shaking the goblet with tea in his right hand, and said, "Since you chose to help the devil, all the resources inside will belong to the sect of all times. No more pretending. He was here to rob." "Who is it?" Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from the sky-wild world. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A famous martial artist flew out from inside. From this, it could be seen that there should be some kind of surveillance equipment outside this plane. The moment the Eternal Ship stopped, it was discovered by them. It did not matter. Jun Changshao did not intend to hide this time. "I am," he said lightly, "the patriarch of the sect of all times." The patriarch of the sect of all times? The Skywild World martial artist's expression suddenly changed. Not long ago, he received news from the Celestial Devil Emperor that the Star Spirit World was destroyed, and the culprit was the sect of all times. Trouble. Quick, enter the first class alert. The Skywild World martial artist panicked. "Everyone," Jun Changshao said, "the Eternal World will take the star field here, and the sect of all times will take your plane." With that, he snapped his fingers. Buzz. In an instant, the plane origin deep underground flickered with a scorching light, and then automatically blocked the effect of turning into sand. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. In the outside world, the universe space trembled. This. The Skywild World martial artist's eyes widened, or to be exact, his eyeballs almost popped out, because the trembling space was torn apart, and a super-large plane slowly moved out. How big was super-large? When the plane was completely revealed, the Skywild World, which was not small in size, stood next to it, like a child facing an adult. There was at least a 5 times difference. This was the true body of the Eternal World after 2 fusion of the origin. It was no exaggeration to say that it was difficult to find such a large plane in the entire upper universe. Ha ha ha! Seeing the Skywild World martial artist standing in the universe like a wooden chicken, watching the Eternal World slowly appear with shocked eyes, Jun Changshao leaned back and covered his face, laughing strangely, and said in a crazy voice, "Tremble in fear." Chapter 1951. The Skyfield World was already the largest plane in the upper universe, but when the Eternal World appeared next to it, it immediately became a little brother. At this time, if someone pushed it, the Eternal World, which was 5 times larger, would definitely roll over and flatten or crush the Skyfield World. Really, it was too shocking. So much so that the warriors of the Skyfield World were all dumbfounded. It was okay if it was just big, but why did a plane suddenly appear in front of them? Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, more warriors flew out from the Skyfield World. Although they were subconsciously stunned when they saw the Eternal World, the aura they released meant that they were fully armed and ready to fight. "Do you want to resist?" Jun Changshao's mouth was full of disdain. The warriors of the Skyfield World frowned, but no one flinched, because they wanted to protect their home and would not give up. "You are helping the evildoer. The sect of all times will punish you today." Jun Changshao stood up and said coldly, "Disciples, trample the Skyfield World, kill whoever dares to resist." The last 4 words were shouted, and the killing intent shook the universe. Mercy. Only to those who were merciful. Those who were willing to be the lackeys of the demonic emperor and his executioners had to be judged by justice. Yes. Swoosh. In the huge eternal world, countless battleships, countless Diablo, countless disciples of the sect of all times, countless well-equipped devil army, and avengers all flew out. There were so many of them that it was like a sea of people. "This scene seems familiar," the system muttered. Soon, it remembered. Before Jun Changshao inherited the Xianyuan world, he entered the wonderful illusion and saw the demonic emperor's army besieging the Xianyuan world and Gu Xianyuan. Wasn't it very similar to the sect of all time's army now? The difference was that there was a huge plane next to it to set off the atmosphere. Alas! The system sighed. The young man who slayed the dragon became an evil dragon. It was just complaining. As a matter of fact, it was quite clear that to deal with the celestial demonic emperor and his lackeys, it had to use violence to curb violence, and any mercy would be a trap for itself. And Jun Changshao didn't care. Since he had embarked on the path of fighting against evil, no matter how much slaughter he had caused, no matter what methods he used, he would continue on without hesitation. Merits and demerits, right and wrong, he would leave it to future generations to judge. Kill! Kill! The Eternal Sect's army pressed in from all directions like a pack of wolves and tigers, their momentum vast and mighty. The battle between realms, between good and evil, began in this part of the starry sky. There were no dazzling martial arts techniques, no dazzling magic. There was only the most primitive slaughter. At this moment, lives were rapidly withering like flowers. Several hours later, the war had stopped and corpses were everywhere. Although the Skywild world was large, its overall strength and technology tree were far inferior to the astral world. Therefore, the moment the Sect of All Times launched their attack, the outcome was already decided. The old readers didn't care about the victory or defeat, but the casualties. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle and an overwhelming victory, the Sect of All Times only had a few thousand injured, and most of them were Avengers. As for the upper echelons and disciples, they were all alive and kicking, and still had 0 casualties. They had excellent equipment and the power of heavenly music. To be honest, unless they met those upper-class divination realms and those at the level of the celestial demonic emperor, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Invincible. Jun Changshao wantonly sang loudly, so lonely. Pft. The song echoed in the universe and entered the ears of the upper echelons and disciples, instantly injuring their bodies and causing them to spit out blood. In this battle, hundreds of thousands of enemies were wiped out. The Skywild world definitely didn't have so few martial artists, but because they were fighting in the universe, very few could fly out. For example, when the 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons came to the astral world and used the bell to summon the local martial artists, millions of them were mentioned in the article, causing the readers to question if there were only so few people in a plane. In fact, millions of those who flew over were the absolute elite. There were countless creatures who couldn't fly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle in the universe ended, and the Sect of All Times' army charged straight into the Skywild world. When they just flew over, they could smell the fragrance of grass and flowers, and determined that this was definitely a good place to nurture resources. Take down the major cities. Jun Changshao landed lightly on a mountain and sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had prepared in advance. Yes. Under Xuerengui's command, the Sect of All Times' army split into 8 groups and quickly attacked the major cities from different directions. The top fighting forces of this plane had suffered heavy losses, and they were scared out of their wits by the powerful enemy. It was truly a crushing defeat, and many cities even collapsed on their own and chose to surrender. It was understandable. Since they could submit to the celestial demonic emperor, it proved that they didn't have any backbone. One day, the Sect of All Times took down the major cities of the Skywild world. Because the top forces were annihilated and completely lost their ability to resist, they didn't harm the ordinary citizens. Strange. Sitting in the luxurious palace, Jun Changshao wondered, why don't I see the realm lord of this world? Could it be that he knows he can't win, so he abandoned the plane and his people and ran away alone? He guessed right. The realm lord of the Skywild world had escaped. Actually, at first, he planned to appear, but when he was about to fly out, he heard Jun Changshao reveal his identity and summon the huge eternal world, and immediately turned from murderous to frightened. This guy was Jun Changshao. He was the one who destroyed the Star Spirit world, and he just received news that the Eternal Distance world seemed to be gone too. He couldn't afford to offend him. He escaped. The realm lord of the Skywild world was really a coward, and at the same time, he didn't forget to let his subordinates kill their way out. He only had one goal, which was to delay the Sect of all times and buy himself time to escape. He got what he wanted. He sacrificed a large number of elites in exchange for a successful escape. He was a coward. However, the choice to escape was definitely a wise one. If Jun Changshao knew, he would definitely wonder, how did this kind of person who doesn't take his people seriously become the realm lord of a world? Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the Skywild world, which meets the scope of the main mission, completion progress 50%. A pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Nice. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair. It was only now that he realized that whether he could complete the main mission seemed to depend on the Sky Devil Emperor. Why did he say that? With Jun Changshao's character, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to attack a plane that had not offended him. If he relied on luck to save some small planes, he might have to wait a long time. Now, as long as he took down any plane that surrendered to or was controlled by the Sky Devil Emperor, he would meet the mission requirements. The most important thing was that he had a good reason to attack. You surrendered to the Sky Devil Emperor, helping the evildoer do evil. I will punish you on behalf of justice. Wonderful. Jun Changshao said, Avakania, Patriarch. At this time, Yuan Gongzi walked over and grinned. According to the preliminary investigation, this plane is rich in high-grade spirit stones and all kinds of high-grade ores. It is really a rich treasure. Dig them all. Jun Changshao said indifferently. We can't leave it to the Sky Devil Emperor. Chapter 1952. Phew! In the heavenly field world, many mining machines flew around in the sky. Occasionally, they would enter the dense mountains in groups, and occasionally enter the dangerous valleys. Every time they came out, they would carry a lot of high-quality spiritual stones. The mining machine that Jun Changshao bought did not have the ability to find mineral veins. Everything depended on the golden partners, who? Rinshan and Page. One had the Koi attribute, and the other could dig mountains and stones. When these two worked, they did not leave a way out for their descendant. Phew! Rinshan landed in a desolate valley and looked at the surrounding mountains. He guessed, there should be mineral veins here. Sure enough, with the help of luck, they soon found an ancient mineral vein. According to the preliminary estimates of the professional exploration team, it contained at least billions of spiritual stones. Page, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Page flew over and its body quickly enlarged. Then it began to eat the soil and soon ate the entrance of a mine. Phew! The well-trained miners flew in like a swarm of locusts, then dug out all the energy stones in an orderly manner. In just a few hours, the rich mineral vein had been emptied. This speed, this efficiency. It could only be described as exaggerated. A few months or even a few years in the heavenly field world could not compare to a day or two of mining machines. It wouldn't take long for him to dig it all out. The spiritual stones unearthed from the mineral vein were first sent to a fixed city and then to the Starry Sky battleship. The latter flew out of the plane and merged with the eternal world not far away. From the perspective of the Starry Sky, one could clearly see the battleships flying back and forth. Not only were there a large number of high-quality spiritual stones, but there were also many natives of the heavenly field world. Your realm master has run away. And me. From today on, I will treat you as my family. I will never leave you. Jun Changshao stood in the sky of the eternal world and shouted to the creatures that had just moved in. After 2 expansions, the plane needed more people to develop. So naturally, the warriors of the first-class plane could not be let go. In short, not only did he take away the resources of the heavenly field world, but he also took away the creatures. Although it was shameless. However, it was undeniable that if the creatures of the Skyfield world followed Jun Changshao, their future would definitely be bright. At the very least, they would not be abandoned when they encountered trouble. Moreover, given Jun Changshao's character, as long as he was willing to become a resident of the eternal world and abide by the law, he would definitely treat him as his family. Therefore, as long as a living being from any plane could move in, it would definitely be a great opportunity for the future generations. It had only been slightly more than 2 months. All the mineral veins in the Skyfield world were dug out. Warriors, demonic beasts, herbs, and plants were all moved to the eternal world. Even the cities were taken away. The plain, which had once been very fertile, instantly became lifeless after losing its mineral veins and living beings. He asked himself honestly, what was the difference between Jun Changshao and the Celestial Devil Emperor? There was still a difference. For example, he had used gentle methods to conquer the Sky-Wild world. If it was the Sky Devil Emperor, he would probably have used a bloody suppression. Deep underground. As usual, Jun Changshao placed a jar of wine on the table and placed his sword on the neck of the humanoid plane origin. He tried his best to persuade it. The Realm Master has already run away. Why do you still insist? A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. A wise man submits to circumstances. Seeing that it still had no intention of compromising, Jun Changshao had to pour the power of the immortal sound into the sword body. I agree. Sure enough, under the deterrence of the power from the land of immortality, the plane origin was terrified very quickly. This made Jun Changshao sigh secretly, no backbone at all. Rumble. On this day, the eternal world suddenly shook and then rapidly expanded outwards. In the beginning, the plane had always existed in the state of sand. It could only be judged by the extension of the internal space. Now standing in the starry sky, one could directly feel it with the naked eye. Buzz buzz buzz. The eternal world was like a dough, constantly fermenting and expanding. Boom. Not long after, the childlike Skywild world finally could not withstand the expansion and was suddenly smashed into pieces. The cracked soil was sucked into the eternal world. Resources, living creatures. In the end, even the plane turned into nothingness. How pathetic was that? Fortunately, standing in the eternal world and witnessing the expansion of the world again, the old man Taixien wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had considered whether the plane would expand again in advance, so he added the automatic adjustment function of terrain change in the design of the realm protection formation. Now it seemed to be a success. Professional. With the integration of the 4 origins, the area of the eternal world expanded. The heaven and earth attributes and the order of heaven and earth rose again, especially the realm protection formation was strengthened. After this wave there was a big increase. Jun Changshao suddenly felt safer. Every time a top-level plane origin was integrated, the overall strength of the eternal world would increase, which would help to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. However, this time, the devil should have received the news that the Skywild world was eliminated with great fanfare. Soon there would be a fierce battle. What should come will come sooner or later. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said with a dignified look, "The warriors of our world are not afraid of a battle." Since they had shown up and stood in the upper universe, they were ready to fight the Celestial Devil Emperor head-on. It was strange. A few more months passed. The Celestial Devil Emperor still did not take action. No. Jian Guishu wondered, with the devil's ability to act, he should have sent an army to kill us. I killed 8 capable generals. I'm afraid there is no one left, right? Jun Changshao said. No. Jian Guishu said, the Celestial Devil Emperor should have many doppelgangers. In terms of strength, he is not inferior to the 8-division Heavenly Dragon. Could it be Jun Changshao was lost in thought and said, is he planning a conspiracy? In the past, the Celestial Devil Emperor would not be able to find him if he wanted to play a conspiracy. Now the eternal world was in the upper universe, it was really a target. It's hard to say. Jian Guishu said, "It's better to be cautious." Senior, please rest assured. Jun Changshao said, "I have ordered the disciples to be on alert all day." Okay. Jian Guishu nodded. "If the Celestial Devil Emperor does not take action, I will." Jun Changshao touched his chin and said. On the same day, starry sky battleships flew out of the eternal world, merged into the endless darkness, and flew in all directions. Their mission was to inform the entire upper universe that the eternal world was going to fight the Celestial Devil Emperor fair and square. They were waiting for ambitious people to join and fight for the world together. Not long after, the news spread. Many planes and forces that fought against the Celestial Devil Emperor received it one after another and began to discuss it. The final conclusion was that this plane came out of nowhere and recruited warriors so straightforwardly. Humph. In the main hall of a force, an old man said disdainfully, "We have fought against the Celestial Devil Emperor for many years and accumulated a lot of experience and strength. How can we go to the eternal world? In my opinion, this plane should join us," said Yi Futian. In short, Jun Changshao released the news, but not only did he fail to recruit ambitious people, but he was even despised and discriminated against. Understandable. The several big things that the Sect of all times had done recently had not been spread. Many people even knew that the star spiritual world was destroyed, but they did not know who the murderer was. So, if they suddenly came out to recruit people, they would definitely be questioned. Of course, there was a more important reason. This time, when the Celestial Devil Emperor caused trouble in the upper universe, they rose up to fight against him in order to gain merit and fortune in the catastrophe and have a chance to touch the secret of eternal life. Naturally, they were unwilling to be the underlings of others. Alas! Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said helplessly, "If the eternal world wants to be the benchmark against the Celestial Devil Emperor, we still need to show enough results." "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said disdainfully, "this group of forces that fought against the Celestial Devil Emperor in order to obtain opportunities are originally evil. Why should we recruit them?" "I thought so at first," Jun Changshao said, "but the strength of the Celestial Devil Emperor is unknown. We have to gather the strength of the entire universe to improve our chances of winning." Patriarch. At this time, Li Luoqiu came in and said, "I just got the news that the Celestial Devil Emperor's army is attacking the desolate sea realm. Here's our chance." Jun Changshao immediately ordered, "Send the elites of the War Cavalry Hall to assist the desolate sea realm. We must ensure the safety of this plane." Yes. Swish, swish, swish. In a moment, hundreds of battleships flew out of the eternal world. Phew. In the leading battleship, Jing Ji stood in front of the mirror in the cabin, tidied up her school uniform, and then put on her helmet. It was time to show her real skills. Chapter 1953. Although the Celestial Demonic Emperor had not attacked the eternal world, he had not stopped expanding and suppressing the outside world. Many armies had split up and attacked the planes that had been targeted in advance. This was an opportunity for Jun Changshao. He could quickly provide assistance and improve the reputation and prestige of the planes. He could let the entire upper universe know who was doing the real thing and who was being a jerk. That was right, a jerk. Many forces were not really determined to fight against the Celestial Demonic Emperor. They only hoped to benefit from this catastrophe. If they risked their lives to fight, it would not happen. Jun Changshao not only wanted to do it for real, but he also wanted to mobilize everyone. He wanted to change from a jerk to a hero. To put it bluntly, Go Xing did not want to be a lone hero. The Celestial Demonic Emperor was harming the upper universe, so all creatures should be united to fight against him. They had the obligation and responsibility to participate. Go Xing was a very realistic person. If it were other heroes who saved people, they might carry everything on their own and face everything by themselves. But he did not. To fight against evil, he had to gather everyone's strength. I don't want to be a savior. I don't want people to wait for a savior in the face of oppression and danger. Because of this mentality, Jun Changshao integrated several top planes. He only had one purpose. He could be a savior, but he had to provide strength. Sigh. The system sighed. This is a savior who pursues fame and benefits. Nonsense. Jun Changshao said. Who would do it if there are no benefits? Aren't you afraid that little Do will criticize your worldview? The system mocked. Jun Changshao said disdainfully. How can a modern person measure the three views of the cruel world? The only thing I can do is to stay true to my heart. I won't do anything unforgivable and heartless. That's all. The system was speechless. If the host was bad, he was definitely not a good person. If the host was kind, although it involved benefits, he was still kind. The desolate sea realm. A quasi-first-class plane. The creatures and realm masters here were very unyielding. In the face of the threat and intimidation of the celestial demonic emperor, they would rather die than live in dishonor. There were many similar worlds, and they would rather choose death than to submit. Isn't it good to live an ignoble life? For some people, it was better to live than to die, but for others, even if their kneecaps were shattered, they would still stand. Boom! Boom! Outside the Huanghai realm, cannonballs bombarded the space barrier, tearing a huge hole in it. Swish! Swish! Over 100 space battleships rushed in, and after the lower cabins opened up, ferocious-looking and burly heavenly demon soldiers flew out. Humph! The commander-in-chief sneered and said, You dare to reject my emperor's recruitment? Today I will turn you into ashes. Kill, hoo-hoo. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of celestial demonic emperor's soldiers unleashed their cultivation and charged down with bloodshot eyes. In their eyes, since this plane had rejected the celestial demonic emperor, not a single blade of grass or tree was allowed to exist. If you live, the world lives. If you die, the world dies. In the main city of the Huanghai realm, the realm lord roared. The martial artists who had been waiting solemnly for a long time all erupted with their cultivations and drew their weapons. Their eyes showed that they were ready to face death, even children. There was no need to be afraid. There was no fear. Today they would live and die together with their homeland, composing a tragic song. Boom! Boom! The celestial demonic emperor's army couldn't fight with soldiers alone. After launching the attack, over 100 space battleships began to bombard the major cities in the plain, trying to destroy all the defense lines. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka! One by one, the defense arrays broke. What awaited the living beings was death. The old, the weak, the women, and the children hid in the shaking houses. They knelt on the ground and put their palms together, praying for the gods to help the Huanghai realm survive this disaster. Maybe they were too pious, or maybe they were touched by the gods. Just when the entire plane was in danger, a dazzling light flashed across the broken space crack. The celestial demonic emperor's army, which was about to start a massacre, stopped and looked at the uninvited guest. Swish! A stream of light flashed across the sky. It was a huge, technologically advanced mecha. It stood proudly in the sky, flashing light as dazzling as the sun. Crack! He raised his hand and drew his sword. I will protect the Huanghai realm. A loud and hot-blooded voice came from Shao Tian's Godslayer. You are courting death. The enemy general was surprised, but he immediately gave the order to attack. Hundreds of warships aimed their cannons at the huge mecha. Humph! Shao Tian sneered. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he contacted the headquarters and asked, Are we allowed to kill? Yes. Are we allowed to destroy the warships? Yes. Are we? Jun Changshao, who was in the cockpit of Eternal, snatched the communicator and roared, Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to attack, just do it. Stop wasting time. Yes, sir. With the Patriarch's permission, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. He put his hands on the control stick and shouted, "Show! Begin!" Swish! As soon as he finished, Xiao Tian disappeared. The Huanghai realm martial artists in the city below widened their eyes because a huge Z sword mark appeared where the enemy warships gathered. Bang! Bang bang bang! In an instant, more than a dozen warships were destroyed. The flames lit up the back of Xiao Tian, and the people remembered the number clearly, 66. The enemy general was dumbfounded. Swish! Xiao Tian moved again. It swayed in the air as if it was stepping on a node. Xiao Tian stood behind, holding the sword in his hand. Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The warships were dismembered, shining like balls of light. In a short time, the hundreds of warships on the celestial demonic emperor's side were mostly destroyed. Die! Xiao Tian didn't stop there. He turned to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were still in a daze and swung his sword. Swish! Swish! Before long, streams of light flew out of the broken void. They were the elites of the War Cavalry Hall led by Zhong Yi. When they arrived at the scene, only the wreckage of warships and enemy corpses were left in the plain. Sorry. Xiao Tian sat on the shoulder of Xiao Tian with his helmet and grinned. You're late. Every time there was an appearance, the warships would either explode or disintegrate. This time, he was finally able to show off in a proper manner. I'm proud. Sigh. Zhong Yi shook his head and sighed. They wanted to come faster, but they couldn't compete with Xiao Tian's speed. The invading army of the celestial demonic emperor wasn't weak, but they were all destroyed by Xiao Tian controlled by Jing Ji. This deeply shocked the creatures in the Huanghai realm. Young friend. The Sector Lord came personally with the higher-ups. Thank you for your help. The Patriarch once said that it's the duty of the eternal world to save the world. You don't have to thank me, Jingji said. May I ask, little friend, who is your sect master? The Patriarch of the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao. The Sector Lord and the creatures remembered the name of the Patriarch immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the Huanghai realm. You've fulfilled the main task. Progress. 55%. Only 5%. Jun Changshao looked disappointed. Not bad, the system said. At least it's better than 1%. That's true. Jun Changshao felt relieved and then transmitted a message. Ask them if they want to form an alliance with the Eternal World to fight against the Celestial Demonic Emperor. Okay. Jing Shui immediately conveyed the clan leader's words to the Realm Lord of the Huanghai realm. After a short moment of consideration, the Realm Lord said solemnly, If you don't mind, we are willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Today, the Eternal World finally had a partner. Of course, this was only the first, not the last. Jun Changshao was bound to unite more planes in the shortest time and gather more forces to fight the Celestial Demonic Emperor until dawn. Chapter 1954. The news that the Eternal World had wiped out the army of the Celestial Demonic Emperor and saved the desolate sea realm quickly spread in the upper universe. Jun Changshao must have deliberately spread the news. In order to convince everyone, he deliberately sent members of the Drizzle Hall to lurk in various planes and cities to spread the news. Words are no proof. Someone questioned, who would believe that? That's right. We're not fools. Obviously, the warriors from various planes didn't buy it. They even thought that the Eternal World had hired a water army to spread false propaganda and hype, so as to establish a noble image. Just as people were questioning, the sky above many major planes and cities gradually blurred, and projection arrays appeared. What's going on? The warriors looked up in surprise. Whoosh! Suddenly, an image lit up in the projection, showing a plane where space was crumbling. This is, someone exclaimed, the desolate sea realm. Boom! 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 The image suddenly changed. Battleships appeared one after another, and ferocious-looking and well-trained soldiers flew out. It's the army of the celestial demonic emperor. The warriors in various cities understood that the image in the image should be the scene when the army of the celestial demonic emperor attacked the desolate sea realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flowing light flew over, crossing between heaven and earth, as bright as the sun. "I'll protect the desolate sea realm." Jing Yu's voice came, resounding in various planes. It could be seen that the rescue of the desolate sea realm had been recorded in advance by the projection array. Words are no proof? Fine, today I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Boom! Boom! The next image showed how Jing Yu destroyed the army of the celestial demonic emperor with the help of the dawn sky. The creatures who witnessed it were all silent and shocked. One person annihilating an army. They couldn't believe it, it was unbelievable. Without the projection array, they might have doubted it, but now they were shaken. Could it be that the eternal world was really powerful? Could they really compete with the celestial demonic emperor? Let's go. Zhen Dejuan, hiding in the dark, led the crowd and left. After they disappeared, a large number of formation masters from the city rushed over and roared, "Who maliciously hijacked our formation system?" That's right. Zhen Dejuan had hijacked the array formation system without the other party's permission, and from there, set up the projection array formation. The level is too high, I can't turn it off at all. Damn it! Just as they were at their wits' end, the light screen suspended in mid-air finished playing the evidence and disappeared. No more. Looks like this formation won't be able to last much longer. The formation masters in the city heaved a sigh of relief. Similar situations occurred in other planes as well. In short, the formation system was hijacked, and the projection formation was forcibly installed. The most tragic thing was that no one could break it, and they could only watch it disappear. Did he really disappear? No. On the second day, the projection formation was activated again, showing the scene of Jing Ji annihilating the celestial demonic emperor's army. Again, the array masters collapsed. The projection screen would only last for about 10 minutes before disappearing on its own. After that, the videos would be broadcasted at a fixed time every day, causing Jing Ji to gradually become an internet celebrity. The image of her sitting on the mecha's shoulder with her helmet between her legs was especially engraved in people's minds. This kind of crazy and brainwashing publicity was like a dream back to when Go Xing shamelessly advertised during the Battle of the Dragons and Tigers. Although it was a little disgusting, however, the effect was very obvious. Warriors in various planes gradually accepted the fact that the desolate sea realm was saved by the eternal world. So what? They are not the elites of the celestial demonic emperor at all. If it were our plane, we would have done the same. Hearing the new doubts of the world, Jun Changshao sat in the hall in silence. After a long time, he stuck his face to the camera and roared with a ferocious expression, "Is it so difficult to get their approval? Okay. Not enough elites? Then the sect of all times will fight their elites." Buzz. One day, the projection formation in the major cities of various planes was activated again. Everyone was used to it. They just instinctively glanced at it and then did what they should do. Something was wrong. The image shown today seemed to be a little different. Everyone looked at it again, only to see that it was no longer a shattered space or a mecha killing, but a vast starry sky of the universe. Brothers. Suddenly, the man imprinted in everyone's mind suddenly appeared on the light screen. He put on his helmet and said loudly, "Today, I'll show you a live broadcast of how the eternal world fought the elites of the celestial demonic emperor." Live broadcast? Everyone was confused. At this moment, the camera turned to the hundreds of black battleships in the starry sky. Obviously, this was the army of the celestial demonic emperor. From the traces of emergency brakes left in the space, it could be seen that they were forcibly intercepted. Kill! Kill! A deafening roar rang out, and a dense swarm of mechas and martial artists charged over. The scene that appeared was extremely shocking. Damn it! Everyone was so shocked that their scalps almost exploded. Although they were not there to watch, they could still feel the strong murderous aura from the light screen. In order to convince the upper universe, Jun Changshao held a large-scale live broadcast. All the elites of the sect of all times, as well as the seniors and disciples, were present. Because it was premeditated, the celestial demonic emperor's army was suddenly intercepted and panicked. They were suppressed from the beginning and had no power to fight back. Especially Hiwudi in the top lane. He directly suppressed the opponent's last hit and had an economic lead of thousands. The situation on the battlefield could be said to be changing rapidly, especially in the battle for the vanguard. The sect of all times relied on their individual ability and excellent team coordination to successfully fight a wave of 0 for 5, expanding their economic lead to 10,000. At this time, Hiwudi in the top lane was showing off like crazy. He rushed into the enemy's crowd alone and not only successfully restrained the 4 people on the opposite side, he also relied on flexible positioning and extreme operation to successfully kill the bottom lane combination, took down the second tower, and then left in a cool and unrestrained manner. Crush! Absolutely crush! The commentator Little Do roared with passion. At this time, the enemy took advantage of the time when the sect of all times returned to the city to resupply and decided to attack the primordious dragon. Then, as soon as it started, there was a whoosh 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 sound. TP. Hiwudi spared the rear. This eye position, Xiao Ziji placed it perfectly. Under the roar of the commentator, Hiwudi in the top lane was like a god. With an E-skill, he jumped into the small dragon pit and used all kinds of AoE skills, directly crippling all the heroes on the opposite side. At this time, Lu Qianqian in the middle lane had already arrived and used 10,000 miles Ice Seal, sealing the entire battlefield with absolute 0. Thump thump thump. On the other side, Xiao Ziji rushed over, raised his shield on the way and shouted, "Junior brother Yi, it's time to collect the heads." Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xingqian had already flown over and stepped on the flowing light shield with one foot. With the help of the momentum, his entire body soared into the air. A 7-colored light gathered in his hand and mercilessly shot towards the frozen army of the demonic emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stream of light burst out and entered the soul. Pentakill. Under a series of prompts, Hiwudi successfully obtained a pentakill and wiped out the main force of the demonic emperor. The commentator Little Do stood up, slammed the table and roared, "It's going to be a wave!" Boom! The demonic emperor's side was utterly defeated. In the end, the sect of all times pulled out the high and low towers and crystals one after another. With hundreds of battleships all crumbling, this intense and exciting match came to an end. Not only did the LPL team sect of all times successfully defeat the demonic emperor team to win the 3rd championship of the S tournament, but they also shocked the living beings of the major planes. They would not forget the battle just now, nor would they forget Hiwudi's God's descent, as well as the tacit cooperation between the entire team. If they were to describe it, they would be a group of monsters. Did you see that? At this time, Jun Changshao appeared in the camera and said, "Our sect of all times fights against the elites. Who the F***CK is not convinced." Everyone was silent. There was only one thought in their minds: convinced. Chapter 1955. You don't agree with the eternal world? Fine, I'll play the rescue scene repeatedly for you to see. You're starting to complain that the enemy is not elite enough? Fine, I'll do a live broadcast and use actual actions to tell you that the sect of all times fights elite. When this set of combination punches was thrown out, all the people who doubted him were dumbfounded. To be honest, whether a sect was strong or not depended on whether its disciples were fierce or not. Through the live broadcast, the sect of all times proved itself well. Of course, The fighting method in the previous chapter was described as a LOL battle. Although it was a bit silly, it didn't really rely on only 5 people to win. Many disciples participated and completed it together. This sect is too terrifying. I believe that they saved the Huanghai realm. Under the double proof of the video and the live broadcast, many warriors were shaken. Boom! Boom! The projection array of the major planes appeared at fixed points every day. It not only played the video of Jingji saving the Huanghai realm, but also the video of the sect of all times blocking the elites of the celestial demonic emperor. Goshing's idea was very simple. You don't believe it? I'll keep playing it until you all believe it. As the video kept appearing on the light screen, people remembered it more and more. They even dreamed of it when they slept at night. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, they would definitely collapse. Not only that, when more and more warriors chose to believe in the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao's face would suddenly appear in the middle of the video and then start his passionate speech. Everyone, the celestial demonic emperor is a disaster in the upper universe. No one can stay out of it. For the thousands of creatures, for the future generations, we must take up arms and fight back. And the eternal world, the sect of all times, has the ability and qualification to lead you to fight against the celestial demonic emperor and return peace to the universe. Warriors who are interested in cooperation, please come to the star area where the Tianai realm is located for a face-to-face discussion and a long talk. Everyone's mouth twitched. This guy, was he using the projection array to advertise? Of course. He was an expert. Jun Changxiao even personally made a promotional MV called Welcome to the Eternal World, which integrated the local customs and beautiful scenery of his plane and played it on the light screen all day long. My door is always open, waiting for you with open arms. You'll have a tacit understanding after hugging. You'll fall in love with this place. A pleasant voice was heard on the screen. The upper echelons of the sect of all times, disciples, and even martial artists from various races appeared one by one. They were either standing on the training grounds, on the mountain peaks, on the city towers, or in the fields. They were either singing or dancing. When the cultivators saw this, they muttered in their hearts, "This is a bunch of idiots. To go or not to go?" Many warriors began to ponder. To be honest, many people were afraid of the celestial demonic emperor. If there was really someone guiding the light in the darkness, they would definitely support him. At least there would be hope for survival. Of course. More than that, he was conflicted. They did not deny the strength of the sect of all times, but they were more worried that this force would compete with the celestial demonic emperor. They even recorded a video and played it repeatedly on various planes. This was simply a public provocation. "We can't go," someone said in horror. "We'll only die faster if we go." The celestial demonic emperor will definitely see the projection. He will never tolerate the existence of such a force that opposes him. When the time comes, he will definitely eliminate it at all costs. We'll only be implicated if we go. Yes, yes. We can't go to our deaths. Many warriors made a choice and decided to wait and see. Sigh. Knowing their attitudes, Jun Changxiao shook his head helplessly and said, "If everyone has such thoughts, who will save the universe? Forget it, forget it. If they don't want to come, I won't force them." Jun Changxiao wanted to unite the upper universe to fight against the celestial demonic emperor. If they did not cooperate, he would do it himself. There's no other way. The system said, heroes are destined to be lonely. Jun Changxiao agreed with this point, so he let it go. Since he had embarked on the path of fighting against villains, even if he could not win the support of the world, he would go all the way until the end. "I'll protect the desolate sea realm." Boom! The projection that was showing Jingjiu saving the world was suddenly hit by a gloomy force and instantly shattered into nothingness. Crack! Standing in the secret chamber, the celestial demonic emperor clenched his fists tightly and said angrily, If I don't destroy the sect of all times, how can I swallow this anger? He was furious, burning with fury. Your Majesty. A counselor lowered his head and said, "This sect has repeatedly opposed us. Now that the projection has been broadcast to all the major planes, I'm afraid it will gather a lot of forces. I think it's imperative to destroy it as soon as possible." Destroy it. It must be destroyed. The celestial demonic emperor sat down and said in a cold voice, "Mobilize all forces. We must destroy the eternal world and the sect of all times." Yes. The counselor hurriedly bowed and left to mobilize the army. Jun Changshao. The celestial demonic emperor gradually suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Are you the one who will change the upper universe according to Wei Buzi's prophecy? It doesn't matter if I am or not. The fate of those who oppose me is to die without a burial ground." The reason why he was so confident was that he had a new understanding of the devouring sky-transforming demon skill. As long as he understood the more profound meaning, he would not even care about the martial arts legends, let alone the upper universe. In this world, only I, the celestial demonic emperor, can change the universe. No one else is qualified. He was a little crazy and his feet were a little off the ground. Whoosh! Flames raged everywhere. The celestial demonic emperor, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, appeared out of thin air. Tisk tisk. A surprised voice came from the scorching flames. "Why are you here? Do something for me. It must be very difficult for you to come to me in person. Will you do it or not? Benefits. I'll give you freedom." Ah. Celestial demonic emperor, celestial demonic emperor, do you think I will still believe your nonsense? You have to believe it because you have no choice. There was no sound in the flames, and it seemed to fall into silence. After a while, the celestial demonic emperor said, "What is it? Help me wipe out a plane and a sect. Can I do something that you can't do? I don't have time. Where are your 8 capable subordinates?" From the shaking hands of the celestial demonic emperor, it could be seen that he was very angry now. He was angry that the 8 dragons were all killed by Jun Changshao. "It seems that they are dead." The flames suddenly dispersed, and a bare-chested man with red hair walked out. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll believe you again." This man looked very young, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. He should not be young. Whoosh! Whoosh! The retreating flames gradually merged into his body and printed a red lotus-like pattern on his bare chest. Plain Sect. Eternal world, sect of all times. Whoosh! In the eternal world, it was cloudy and raining heavily. Sitting under the eaves, Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and slowly raised his head. "Does this bad weather mean that something bad is going to happen?" "Master." At this moment, Area secretly transmitted a message, "Zhang San wants to see you." Whoosh! Jun Changshao merged into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. As soon as he came to the cell, he saw Zhang San leaning against the door and window and said with a frightened look, "Jun Patriarch, run. Otherwise, you and your sect will face annihilation." Jun Changshao frowned. Zhang San said, "I just deduced a divination. The sect of all times will have a great calamity." "No. It's a death calamity." Chapter 1956. Death Test. A death test. Zhang San's words were very serious, and it did not seem like he was joking at all. Of course, after being locked in the pagoda for so long, he did not dare to make such a joke, unless he did not want to live anymore. "Can you be more specific?" It had been raining for the past few days, and the eternal world was slightly depressed. Jun Changshao also had a premonition. "Sorry," Zhang San said helplessly. "I don't have the ability to explain things in detail even if I wanted to." Jun Changshao sat down. "Jun Patriarch," Zhang San shouted, "run quickly! You said it yourself. This is a calamity of certain death." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Do you think I can escape?" Jie. Zhang San was stunned. Yes. From the divination, the sect of all times was facing a death test, and there was no way out. No matter where they ran, they would have to face the cruel reality. Bang! Zhang San punched the iron door and blamed himself. "It's my fault for not being good enough. I can't find a way out for Jun Patriarch from the divination." Although he had been locked up, he was entertained with good wine and good food, which made him forget about home. Wrong. He cared so much about the sect of all times and Jun Changshao, but more importantly, this sect and this person should be the person that could change the situation of the upper universe. This was the hope of the future. Any living thing in the world could die, but he could not. Brother. Jun Changshao stood up and said with his hands behind his back, "I don't agree with what you said." Looking at the dark clouds outside the window, he said in a deep voice, "A person's life or death is not dodged by divination, but by himself." At that moment, Jun Changshao's back exuded a philosophical light, which immediately made Zhang San feel deep veneration. In the past, he had some doubts, but now he was sure that the person that would change the situation of the universe must be this guy. Jun Patriarch, thank you for taking care of me these days. Please open the cage and allow me to live and die with your patriarch. Since this person was the hope of the universe, Zhang San had to help him, even if he had to die with him. Jun Changshao was deeply moved. The major planes were afraid of the Sky Devil Emperor and did not dare to help him, but a fortune-teller supported him at a time of danger. This proved that there was justice in this cruel world. Okay. Jun Changshao clasped his hands. Hey! Zhang San's head was about to pop out of the window as he roared, "Don't go! Open the door!" Jun Changshao stopped and said without turning around, "This is my eternal sect's death tribulation. I will not implicate outsiders." As soon as these words were spoken, they were deeply moving. "No." Jun Changshao said, "You are an outsider." Zhang San stuck to the edge of the window and shouted, "Am I still an outsider after joining the sect of all times?" Whoosh! Jun Changshao suddenly appeared behind him and quickly placed the entry form in front of him. He said seriously, "Then you are not an outsider. You are one of us." Zhang San stood there dumbfounded. Was this guy deliberately waiting for him to jump into the pit? "My name is Zhang San. I joined the sect of all times in a daze. Do I still have the option to leave the sect?" Just like that, the sect of all times had another strong person. Zhang San might be a fortune-teller, but to be able to exchange blows with the Sky Devil Emperor's clone, his martial arts must be extraordinary. On the same day, the upper echelons and disciples gathered at the main peak's training ground. Starting today, Jun Changshao stood in front of the main hall and announced, "Zhang San is the head of the sect of all times' divination hall." Clap clap. Clap clap. Everyone applauded to welcome him. The joyous atmosphere dispelled the depression brought by the cloudy day. "Patriarch," Zhang San said telepathically, "what is the main job of the divination hall? I haven't thought about it yet. You will be the head of the hall first." Zhang San was speechless. The system complained, "It's not that you haven't thought about it, but that you are waiting for a chapter review. You are just borrowing it." Boom. Boom. Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times, and even all the living beings in the eternal world, could clearly feel that something big was going to happen soon. And this big event might involve life and death. Jian Guishu also frowned. The higher the realm of an expert, the stronger the premonition. Phew! Jun Changshao exhaled, then turned and ordered, Do, start the fire and cook. Patriarch! Hurry up and go!" Yes, the Imperial Cuisine Hall began to get busy. Soon, table after table of sumptuous dishes were placed in the cafeteria, the martial arts practice field, and even the elders' peak. In the past, the sect of all times ate in batches. This time, it was all prepared to let everyone in the sect have a full meal. Patriarch Lu Wancher said loudly, "Lu, the food is ready." Elder Wei and the others twitched their mouths. Death was at hand, and this girl still had the bad habit of being a child. "Come." Jun Chang Shao sat down and said, "Let this seat eat his fill." Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In an instant, everyone in the sect of all times sat down. They ate without a smile. Although the dishes were still delicious, the more they ate, the heavier and more oppressive they felt. Second senior brother. Eat. Su Xiaoma shut his mouth, and could only eat in silence. Strangely, everyone was especially hungry today and ate a lot. Even the rice grains that fell on the table were not wasted. Gulp. Jun Changshao drank a mouthful of soup and then put the bowl down. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said with a smile, "We can only win when we eat our fill." Everyone understood. Soon, there would be a fierce battle. Xiao Zuiji grabbed a few steaming buns with both hands, and quickly devoured them all in one bite. The disciples who were already full also ate a few more bowls. The patriarch said, "We can only win when we eat our fill." Just having food was definitely not enough. After everyone was full, bowls of drunken dreams were placed in front of them. "Come. Cheers." Jun Changshao stepped on the stool with one foot and drank it all in a heroic manner. He then slammed the bowl on the ground. Pa! Pa! The disciples followed suit. The sound of the bowl breaking could be heard frequently. This made Yuan Gongzi's heart ache. After all, the bowls were considered public goods. How could they be intentionally damaged? If it was in the past, even if Jun Changshao took the lead, Yuan Gongzi would silently take note. This time, he chose to turn a blind eye to it. Bang! Bang! On the Spirit Beast Peak, Hall Master Z and his subordinates had also smashed the bowls. The sound of the bowl breaking echoed in the air, and slowly drifted to old Yuan's ears. He immediately opened his eyes, and took out a small notebook to record. The Spirit Beast Hall had maliciously smashed bowls and destroyed public goods. Their nature was vile. After this incident, they had to be severely punished. Damn! Z stood up and roared, "You don't take note of the patriarch who smashed the bowls, but you take note of my Spirit Beast Hall smashing the bowls. What the F***ck is the meaning of this?" Bang! In an instant, the school uniform that he was wearing that had been taken care of by everyone was smashed, leaving only his sexy red underwear. "Hall Master, calm down." His subordinates tried to dissuade him. "Calm down, my ass." The Purple King pointed at old Yuan, who was still taking notes on the main peak. He roared with rage, "Yuan, I have tolerated you for a long time." Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. The entire eternal world shook violently. Layers of ripples appeared in the sky and gradually materialized, forming layers of boundary that could be seen by the naked eye. "Not good." Tai Xian exclaimed, "The boundary protection array has revealed itself." Chapter 1957. In the starry sky. Many starry sky battleships were floating. How many were there? Too many to count. Whoosh! Every battleship emitted a gloomy aura. They gathered together and turned the universe into hell. The eternal world? A voice came from the depths of the void, "Never heard of it." Crack! Suddenly, the space was broken. Whoosh! Scorching flames gushed out along the tiny cracks, and then continued to expand the area of the rupture until a slender figure walked out from within. Only then did the flames gradually extinguish. Who was it? The helper of the celestial demon emperor. This man should be an expert of the fire property, which could be seen from his blood-red hair. Because they didn't know his name and what secrets he had with the celestial demon emperor, they called him a red-haired man. "It's so big. It's the first time I've seen it." The red-haired man was also shocked by the size of the eternal world. No wonder. The celestial demon emperor will be defeated. In his opinion, there must be a lot of experts in such a big plane, so the guy had to ask him for help. Crack! Crack! All the starry sky battleships stopped and took out their weapons, aiming at the eternal world. No need. At this time, the red-haired man raised his hand and said, "Leave it to me." In the main battleship, the commander-in-chief, who was about to give the order to attack, frowned. But considering that the man was invited by the celestial demon emperor, he had to signal the other battleships to stop. Swish! The red-haired man took off his cloak, revealing his strong upper body. The lotus-shaped tattoo was particularly dazzling. "Can I be free?" He raised 2 fingers and shook them gently. A cluster of flames rose and kept expanding until it turned into a ball of fire. He said, "It depends on this plane." But it was not over. The red-haired man was still shaking his 2 fingers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heaven and earth properties in the depths of the starry sky seemed to be attracted. They separated from the fire properties and then poured in from all directions, constantly adding to the ball of fire. The more properties there were, the greater the momentum. After a while, the huge ball of fire slowly rotated on the red-haired man's fingertip. Crack! Crack! The hot air spread and crazily burned the space. The commander-in-chief's expression was extremely solemn, and a few beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The battleship had the ability to insulate against heat and cold, but just by looking at the huge fireball, one could feel the heat. "General," one of the strategists said, "this person's strength isn't any weaker than before. They're even stronger than before." The commander-in-chief wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in a serious tone, "When the celestial devil emperor decided to destroy the eternal world, he mobilized almost all the troop. Since he could be the commander-in-chief, he was definitely a trusted subordinate. That was why he had witnessed the battle between the celestial devil emperor and the red-haired man. That battle, earth-shattering. Although the sky devil emperor won in the end, it was still undeniable that the other party was terrifying. In the upper universe, the Night King is one of the few people who can pose a threat to our emperor," the commander-in-chief said. "What a pity." The strategist smiled and said, "He's still lost to my emperor. Therefore, only by following Milord can we start a new era." These martial artists who followed the demonic emperor had been thoroughly brainwashed. They fantasized that they could do great things that would go down in history, and even become heroes who would create a new era. Whoosh! The red-haired man standing in the starry sky waved his hand, and the fireball with explosive power slowly flew out toward the eternal world. The whole process was very slow and gentle, like a red lotus floating in the water. "Back off," the commander-in-chief hurriedly said, with fear in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless battleships flew backward until they were far enough away. All the soldiers on the battleships stared at the lotus-shaped fireball, not wanting to miss the coming boom. In an instant there was an explosion in the starry sky of the universe. The trembling space suddenly collapsed and spread out. Crack crack! Crack crack crack! The aftershock spread far and wide, and a large area of the starry sky collapsed. The soldiers on the celestial devil emperor's side all felt their scalps tingling because the space collapse had spread to their front. If they hadn't retreated just now, they would have been killed. They didn't have time to think about whether they had escaped by luck. Instead, they turned their eyes and looked at the burning and collapsing space in the distance. The red-haired man had his back to them. He picked his ear with his fingers and said carelessly, "They provoked the celestial devil emperor and were unprepared. The eternal world is not as strong as we thought." Suddenly, he stopped picking his ear. The sloppy expression on his face also disappeared. "This..." The commander-in-chief rubbed his eyes. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he said in disbelief, "How could it be?" At that moment, The soldiers of the Celestial Devil Emperor were all dumbfounded. The explosion just now was absolutely terrible. It directly destroyed the surrounding space. Not to mention living creatures, even a plane could not withstand it. But when the monstrous flames dissipated and the eternal world appeared in their sight safe and sound, they were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. The red-haired man frowned. As the person involved, he knew his own strength. It should be easy for him to blow up a plane. To be honest, from the beginning of the fireball to the beginning of the attack, he acted as if he had the plane in the palm of his hand. But the result was not what he expected. He was really slapped in the face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just at this moment, the eternal world shook slightly. Layers of hexagonal bounded domain appeared, forming a defensive system like an eggshell. The red-haired man opened his eyes wide. He finally understood that the eternal world had a defensive formation. But how could there be such a big formation in such a big plane? He was full of shock and astonishment. No wonder. The red-haired man gradually calmed down. He lowered his head and fiddled with his hair. He smiled and said, "The Celestial Devil Emperor asked me to do it." Swish! He stretched out his palms and aimed at the eternal world. He said, "Get serious!" Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the fire attribute in the collapsing void constantly emerged and then gathered into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flame energy balls in front of his palms. Raging fire, burning sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although the 5 flames were not as big as the previous ones, they contained more fire energy and sprinted faster. "You can announce the end," the commander-in-chief said decisively. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. In a moment, the 5 powerful flames hit the barrier of the formation that enveloped the eternal world. The strong residual power spread out and constantly ravaged the shattered universe. Oh no! Those in the front retreat. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the commander-in-chief spoke, dozens of battleships that had been docked at the edge of the last explosion exploded on the spot. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The battleships behind hurriedly reversed. "I forgot to tell you." The red-haired man turned his head and said, "You have to pay the price for watching the fun." The commander-in-chief's face darkened. He knew that this guy did it on purpose. The red-haired man looked back and saw everything in the area covered by the flames. He said frantically, "Why is it still there?" The commander-in-chief and others also looked over. When the flames dissipated, they found that the eternal world was still intact after 5 consecutive explosions. Even the bounded domain showed no signs of cracking. Damn it! This array formation was too thick. Damn it! The red-haired man raised his head and stretched out his palms again. He roared, "I won't, He closed his eyes. In his field of vision, a figure flew out of the flowing light boundary. He walked slowly in the air with his head down. No one could see his face clearly. He held a sharp sword in his right hand and a broken sword in his left hand. His hair was so green that it made people panic. "Who are you?" "A dead man doesn't deserve to know who I am." Chapter 1958. Jun Changshao held the Xianyuan divine sword in his right hand and the unstoppable saber in his left hand. He walked in the void with his head down. His green hair was so dazzling that it made people panic. It was not difficult to see that he had shown a lot of trump cards at this time. "Who are you?" the red-haired man said in a deep voice. The laziness in his eyes was replaced by seriousness. He could feel that this green-haired man was unusual. What a coincidence. One was red and the other was green. As the saying goes, better than bullshit. Dead people don't deserve to know who I am. Jun Changshao kept his head down and his words were extremely arrogant. He was very angry now, because the other side had bombarded the realm protection formation and consumed a lot of energy from the plane origin. The formation was driven by the plane. The energy needed for its structure and operation was provided by the latter. To be exact, The strength limit of the realm protection formation was determined by the plane origin. At the same time, after being attacked, the energy provided would also be consumed. The red-haired man's two powerful bombardments just now, although not broken, burned a lot of energy, at least more than 1 billion spirit stones. For the eternal world with vast resources, it was just a drop in the ocean. But, for Jun Changshao, that was impossible. He had no opinion on how his disciple squandered it. If it was taken away or even destroyed by others, he would definitely not accept it. Kill him! Kill him! Thinking of the tragic death of the energy just now, Jun Changshao was even angrier, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger. The system was speechless. Is it necessary? The red-haired man said lightly, "You're quite arrogant." Bang! Suddenly, he put his hands in front of him. Flames roared out and his skin turned the color of magma. He successfully blocked the extremely sharp Xianyuan divine sword. Jun Changshao was surprised. He was very fast and caught him off guard, but he was easily blocked. Moreover, this person's flames, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the red-haired man was surrounded by majestic flames, not only covering himself, but also extending to Jun Changshao, forcing him to quickly withdraw his sword and retreat. Whoosh! As soon as he stabilized himself, there was a sound of wind breaking. Not good! Jun Changshao's expression changed slightly. Before he could do anything, he felt the space around him crumble. Scorching flames rushed out from a tricky position and smashed straight at him. Boom! Ka ka ka! The red-haired man who appeared out of thin air punched Jun Changshao in the face with his fiery fist. The area of impact produced scorching fiery ripples, and the shattered space around them was shattered into dust. The commander-in-chief subconsciously covered his face. This must be very painful. I'll grab it. The red-haired man stretched out his other hand and gripped the Xianyuan divine sword tightly. The moment the two came into contact, there was the sound of metal colliding and sparks of electricity. Ka ka ka! Ka ka ka! Jun Changshao held the sword in a backhand grip. His sword will continuously fusing into the sword body, pushing it forward. Grab my sword? Then I'll cut off your palm. The red-haired man frowned as he sensed the sharpness of the Xianyuan divine sword growing stronger. Then, he decisively let go of the sword and retreated. Lava wall. Whoosh! As he retreated, the red-haired man formed a hand seal and spat out lava flames, quickly forming a fire enchantment at his original position. This choice was made on the spot. This technique was pleasing to the eye. Swish! 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 Jun Changshao raised his two swords and slashed wildly. Finally, he broke the lava wall. Then, he looked at the red-haired man who had stabilized his body with a serious expression. The battle suddenly started and ended abruptly. From the first exchange of blows, Go Xing seemed to be at a disadvantage after being hit in the face. However, in reality, there were only slight marks on the area that was hit. It was not a big deal. Some people would say that the face was Go Xing's strongest point of defense. After being hit by a punch, he would be fine. Wrong. In fact, it was because he was also a fire elementalist and had a natural increase in fire resistance. Not bad. You have some ability. The red-haired man's hand that was holding the sword stretched out naturally. There was an obvious sword mark on his palm, and it was slightly painful. He was secretly shocked. What a sharp sword! The flames that he controlled and the lava could be condensed on the surface to form an absolute defense. The green-haired man was hit in the face, and the red-haired man's palm was cut. It could be seen that neither of them had any advantage in the exchange of blows. Don't worry. The battle had just begun. One must destroy the eternal world to restore freedom, and the other must protect the creatures from harm. The result of the battle between them had to be decided. It might even be a matter of life and death. I don't like to waste time. The red-haired man clasped his fingers together and folded them in the opposite direction. He said, "So, let's end it as soon as possible." "Same to you." Jun Changshao got into a fighting posture. He raised the Xianyuan divine sword over his head and the broken sword at his waist. Fortunately, it was his long hair that was fluttering in the wind instead of a buzz cut. Otherwise, it would be easy to suspect that he was Zoro the Two-Blade. Swish! The red-haired man clenched his fist. Hot flames mixed with lava spurted out. The lotus pattern that appeared on his chest became brighter and brighter, as if a demon was gradually awakening. Crack, crack, crack. Affected by the hot air, the space sizzled. Could it be? The commander-in-chief said in surprise. Which move is he going to use? Everyone's face was full of question marks. In a short time, the commander-in-chief seemed to have returned to the scene of the battle between the Sky Demon Emperor and the red-haired man. It was also in the universe. It was also the collapse of the space into nothingness. It was also hot and dry. Finally, holy fire. At this time, the red-haired man suddenly bumped his fists together and roared with red eyes, "Judgment!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce collision of the fists created a monstrous flame that spread toward the area where Jun Changshao was at an extremely fast speed. The entire space was dyed red. Jun Changshao frowned and was about to turn around to dodge. However, he found that the surging flame flew in an arc from the left and right, and then kept approaching and surrounding him. Whoosh, whoosh. He was also enveloped by the flame from top to bottom. In the blink of an eye, Jun Changshao was trapped in the sea of fire until all the flames were connected, and he fell into a world of fire. Sure enough, the commander-in-chief came to his senses and said in surprise, "Holy fire judgment." This was a kind of divine sense of fire, which formed a fixed area with the sea of fire and locked the enemy in it. It was a bit like the realm of fire. However, Jun Changshao had fire resistance. Could it cause any substantial harm to him? The red-haired man controlled the sea of fire and said lightly, "Hurry up and break the bounded domain of this plane." The commander-in-chief immediately understood. He first locked the green-haired man and then let him break the eternal world. The commander-in-chief didn't hesitate and immediately announced, "All troops, attack." Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The warships gathered in the universe moved their muzzles and locked on the eternal world, protected by the formation. Whoosh! At this moment, Jian Guishu flew out and stood proudly in front of the realm protection formation. The 9 swords hung behind him, shining with dazzling light. He said coldly, "With me here, you won't succeed." Chapter 1959. Jun Changshao was trapped, but it didn't mean that the eternal world was at the mercy of others. There was still a sword practitioner like Jian Guishu. Boom! However, as soon as he appeared and finished speaking, the hot flame came quickly and directly blew him back. The red-haired man gently withdrew his right hand and blew a strand of red hair on his forehead. He said disdainfully, "Don't be so noisy. You're an adult." If Jun Changshao, who was trapped in the holy fire judgment, saw this, he would definitely roar, "Senior sword sage, why can't you even take one move?" There was no other way. The red-haired man was too strong. Freedom! The red-haired man closed his eyes and said, "It's finally coming." Just as he was immersed in his narcissism, the battleships targeting the eternal world opened fire. Dense shells pressed forward with great momentum. There were too many ships. There were also too many shells. The scene was extremely shocking. At this time, if there was an audience present, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. In order to solve the hidden danger, Jun Changshao, the celestial devil emperor, had sent all his forces here. It was no exaggeration to say that, except for his original body, this was almost a decisive battle, and it was even likely to change history. Because if one side lost, it would be a great loss, especially in the eternal world. If they lost, they would be completely destroyed. The crisis of world extinction hung over the heads of every creature in the eternal world. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they regarded death as life. "Guard!" the Taishin elder roared. In every city and every formation branch, the members of the formation hall stood resolutely inside. They put their hands on the light curtain and continuously transferred their energy into it. The formation was driven by the origin, and it could also be stabilized by the formation masters. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the protective formation outside the eternal world began to bear the dense bombardment of shells, and the resulting turbulence distorted the sky of the eternal world. The camera moved to the starry sky, and people could clearly see that the solidified flowing light boundary was constantly flashing. If people had limited imagination, they could imagine that this was a nuclear war, and every place on the planet was experiencing a nuclear explosion. Buzz! Buzz! After a short period of distortion, the sky gradually stabilized. Obviously, it had withstood the first round of bombardment of the Celestial Devil Emperor's army. However, the disciples of the Sect of all times who supported the formation were a little bit painful. Fire! At this moment, the enemy commander gave the order to attack again. Tens of thousands of battleships fired continuously, and the densely packed cannonballs came crashing down one after another, forming a scene like a surging tide. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The realm-protecting Grand Array had no blind spots to withstand the bombardment. Although there were signs of trembling, there were still no signs of it breaking. It had to be said. The reason why Jun Changshao dared to reveal the eternal world was because of such a powerful formation. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into powder. "Continue," the commander-in-chief said with a ferocious expression. "We have to blast it open." The defensive array formation was not an eternal existence. Every time it received an attack, it would definitely consume its internal energy. If 1 or 2 attacks were not enough, then 3 or 4 attacks would be enough. Anyway, since he was here, no matter what the price was, he had to complete the task given to him by the Emperor, to destroy this plane. Boom! Boom! The huge eternal world stood in the universe, like a live target, being bombarded from all directions again and again. The surrounding space had long been distorted by the gunfire and smoke. Pooh! After a few rounds of bombardment, some of the members of the array formation hall in the various cities could not bear the backlash and vomited blood. "Replace them," the Taishin elder ordered. "Replace them quickly." Swish, swish. The injured members were replaced by the healthy ones. They resolutely placed their hands on the flowing light boundary. They were full, so they faced death with equanimity. However, the number of disciples in the Sect of all times was limited. If the other party bombarded without caring about the cost, there would not be enough people to maintain stability. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the warriors of various clans and cities flew over. They stood outside the formation, ready to take over at any time. In these years, they had been cultivating steadily. There were no conflicts or killings. They had endless martial arts resources. So when the plane was in trouble, they would give their lives to help. This scene was a little touching. Li Tianxian took the opportunity to take out his camera and capture it. Swish, swish. The elders of various clans also flew over. They stood in the sky above the Sect of all times and looked firmly at the shaking realm-protecting Grand Array in the sky. The entire plane was on the move. Although they were not full. If Jun Changshao saw this, he would definitely be gratified. For the Sect and the plane, he had put in too much effort. Now that they were facing a disaster, all the living beings were united. That was the embodiment of cohesion. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the shells were still bombarding. One by one, the members of the array formation hall were sent flying. When the rest of the members came in, they were stopped by the warriors of various clans. They said, "Let us do it." They did not want the disciples of the Sect of all times to be injured because they still had to defend the eternal world. They could not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. They could only do their best to stabilize the formation, even if it meant dying. Let them go, the Taishan elder ordered. The disciples of the sect of all times retracted their feet and said solemnly, "Please." Okay. The warriors of various clans stepped into the formation without hesitation. They stood in the fixed position of the formation I and put their hands on the flowing light boundary, giving all their strength. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardment outside continued without any intention of stopping. Although the boundary protection formation supported by the warriors of various clans and cities was extremely sturdy, there was a gap in strength between them and the disciples of the sect of all times. Therefore, the consequence of resisting the bombardment was that they were severely injured. Go! Go, go! Batches of warriors were injured. Batches of warriors charged forward dauntlessly. They were not afraid of death. They were afraid of losing their homes. However, the overall strength of these warriors was still a little weak. One after another, people died on the spot due to the backlash. At least tens of thousands of people died in one round. Those who were lucky enough to survive were severely injured. The Taishan elder closed his eyes. He felt pain in his heart. It's obvious that the disciples are stronger than them in the formation. Why did you let them go in and die? Jian Guishu asked, holding his chest. The sudden explosion by the red-haired man had damaged his meridians in many places. Because, the Taishan elder said, the disciples of the sect of all times still have to fight the enemy. Jian Guishu was silent. He understood. First, they used the creatures of the eternal world to support the formation. They did their best to consume the enemy's firepower and preserve the elites of the sect of all times. Then, they would fight the enemy to the death. It was cruel. But there was nothing they could do. The red-haired man blocked Jun Changshao outside. The disciples of the sect of all times could not fight their way out. They could only rely on the boundary protection formation to resist for the time being. They could only pray that the enemy did not bring too much gunpowder. But the reality? They were here to destroy the eternal world. They definitely had enough firepower. Boom, boom, boom. A dense barrage of cannonballs bombarded the area. Although the Great Barrier Formation was able to withstand the bombardment, the space within the formation had already begun to distort. Highest Elder, Shangguan Xinyao sat in the command center. Looking at the image on the light screen, she said solemnly, "The consumption of the plane origin energy is accelerating." Even though the creatures of the eternal world were responsible for supporting and stabilizing the formation, the plane origin was providing energy all the time. Therefore, after repeated bombardment, the energy began to decline. The old man of Taishan frowned. He was not a qualified commander and had no combat experience. He could stand up at this moment only because of his understanding of the formation. Highest Elder. When he was at a loss, Yuan Gongzi came over and asked, "If the enemy keeps bombarding, can the boundary protection formation withstand it?" "No." The old man of Taishan said, "The origin needs enough time to recover its energy. If the enemy keeps bombarding, even if the formation is not broken, it will stop working due to energy exhaustion. Even excessive consumption will lead to the collapse of the heaven and earth order, and then it will completely lose its vitality." "In that case," Yuan Gongzi said, "then remove the boundary protection formation." This, the old man of Taishan hesitated. The boundary protection formation could withstand the bombardment. Once it was removed, it would be like opening the door to the enemy's bombardment. It would explode into a hornet's nest. The Patriarch aims to build a fair world. If he knows that countless creatures have died because of the boundary protection formation, he will be very sad. The old man of Taishan was silent. Swoosh! Yuan Gongzi waved his hand and put on his unique school uniform. He hung the golden token on his waist and put his hand on his forehead. His hair turned from messy to slicked back hair. He said seriously, "Remove the formation. This is an order." Jun Chongshao was not here. Someone needed to take charge of the situation. Yuan Feng. He could. Because under the sun, the words, Vice Patriarch of the Sect of All Times, engraved on the token were particularly bright. P.S. This battle should be the most tragic battle the Sect of All Times has ever encountered. No matter what happens next, please be mentally prepared. No laughing. Chapter 1960. Jun Chongshao was trapped in the sacred fire judgment, and the Sect of All Times was basically without a leader. Rows of Flowers could lead them in battle, but she had already fused with her husband and couldn't command them. At this moment, Yuan Gongzi stood up and showed his identity token as the Deputy Patriarch for the first time. That's right. He was the Deputy Patriarch, not the Pro-Patriarch. Actually, Jun Chongshao had handed this heavy responsibility to him a long time ago. The Deputy Patriarch's responsibility wasn't light. He didn't have the Patriarch's words, but he had to deal with many internal affairs and trivial matters. He could be called the #1 nanny of the sect. Fortunately, Yuan Gongzi had been conscientious in his duties all these years, and his performance was impeccable. Of course, after becoming the Deputy Patriarch, he was stricter on the sect's internal affairs and finances, especially on the Spirit Beast Hall and Z. It had reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Don't say that Yuan Gongzi was deliberately bullying others. It was mainly because the beast race and the human race had different styles of doing things. He couldn't let them have their way and had to be strict with them. He had to be diligent and thrifty. Z didn't understand his painstaking efforts and was suppressing anger in his heart. Especially just now, everyone had clearly smashed their bowls. Why was the fault of the Spirit Beast Hall? This was too much. Coincidentally, the Patriarch wasn't in the sect at this moment, and everyone was busy observing the trembling realm protection array in the sky. Why not? The Purple King was emboldened. He picked up the brick on the ground and tiptoed over. Huff huff! With every step he took, many years of grievances and suppression uncontrollably surged into his heart. He poured all his strength into the most lethal edge of the brick. 1 step, 10 step. He was getting closer and closer to Yuan Gongzi. Swish! Z jumped up and stretched the brick in his hand backward. Under the dazzling light, his sinister face was revealed. Dog Yuan Feng, take a brick from this hall master. To be honest, the Purple King had already thought of the consequences when he made his move. At worst, he would just turn himself in at the commandment hall. He would rather be punished than throw it over. Just how much anger did he have to suppress? Schwa! While Z was jumping up and waving the brick, Yuan Gongzi had coincidentally changed into a new school uniform. His hair was combed back, and he was wearing an eye-catching identity token. He saw it. Especially when he saw the words Vice Patriarch of the Sect of All Times. Damn! When did this guy get promoted? He was even the Deputy Patriarch. The Purple King had lived in the Sect of All Times for a long time. Naturally, he knew that regardless of whether it was a deputy or a substitute, their position would definitely be higher than his. What to do? Should he smash it or not? Just as the Purple King was caught in a momentary dilemma, Yuan Gongzi seemed to have sensed something. He turned around, looked at the flying Purple King, and asked, "What are you doing, Jie?" Z instantly froze in midair. His ferocious face relaxed, and he said with a trembling smile, "Nothing." He was terrified. He didn't dare to make a move. "What are you doing with the brick?" Young Master Yuan said suspiciously. The identity medallion hanging on his waist flashed with a bright light. This scared Hall Master Z to death. He hurriedly raised his head and raised the brick high up. He roared in anger, F***ck them. He was as fierce as he was just now. Now, he was as scared as he was. There was no other way. This guy was the Deputy Patriarch. If he smashed it over, it would definitely be a big deal. Yuan Gongzi didn't think too much. He said with a serious expression, "You will get what you want soon." Are you sure? The Taishin elder asked again. The protection array could help the eternal world resist a lot of damage. Now that it was closed, they could only rely on the power of the sect. I'm sure, Yuan Gongzi affirmed. To be honest, he was under too much pressure to make this decision. It was undeniable that the protection array could resist damage, but it would continue to cause casualties to the warriors of various clans. If it was broken in the end, or even the Order of Heaven would collapse, it would be better to give it a try. Okay. The Taishin elder obeyed the deputy patriarch's order. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi looked up at the sky and thought to himself, did I do the right thing? Right or wrong was not important. What was important was that the sect of all times needed someone to lead the overall situation and command them to fight for the future. Hall Master Shui. Here. Get ready for battle. Yes. Everyone get ready for battle. Yes. In fact, Yuan Gongzi didn't need to give the battle order. When the red-haired man bombarded the protection array, they were ready. Sizzle. On the main peak, Li Qingyang clenched his fists, thunder and lightning lingering in his hands. The thunder caltrop beast sat obediently beside him, its eyes shining. Obviously, it was ready for battle like its master. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were the same. They were fully armed, and their life contract beasts stood beside them. To be exact, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times couldn't wait to rush out, instead of watching the warriors of various clans die in order to strengthen the array. From this point alone, Yuan Gongzi was right to close the protection array. It was what everyone wanted. Sigh. He Wudi jumped down from the tree, shook his shoulders, and said, "This battle must be high profile." He realized the seriousness of the matter. As long as the array was closed, for the sake of the sect and the creatures of the eternal world, they must rush out without hesitation and wipe out all the enemies. Creak. Yi Xingqian opened and closed the door gently and walked out quietly. He thought that this would avoid waking Jie Lingyao up, but he didn't know that the woman's voice came from behind him as soon as he walked out of the courtyard. Be careful. Yi Xingqian stopped and said without turning around, okay? I don't want the child to be fatherless before it's born. Jie Lingyao lowered her head. Don't worry. Yi Xingqian said, I'll come back alive. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, it would affect his mentality, so he strode out of the courtyard. In this life, he understood the meaning of reincarnation. It was not only love, but also the purest friendship. For the sake of the sect of all times, there was no reason to retreat. On the mountain rock at the end of the courtyard, Xiao Ziji was wiping the flowing light shield. When he saw Yi Xingqian walk out, he jumped down and said with a smile, Junior brother, we should be able to kill to our heart's content today. Okay. Yi Xingqian also smiled. The two walked side by side to the main peak. One gradually put on Lu Bu's three-piece suit, the other put on a high-tech armor. In a trance. Time seemed to go back to the past, back to the first time they left the sect together to train. Although he didn't want to describe it deliberately and pretentiously, the atmosphere in the sect of all times at this moment was too austere, even a little too depressing. Especially with the underworld background music, it really made people worried about what would happen next. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Xiaomo, Li Fei, and the others landed on the main peak one after another. The higher-ups and disciples were ready to fight, even to the death. Xinyao. When everything was ready, the old man Taishin said seriously, cut off the connection between the realm protection formation and the plane origin. Yes. Shangguan Xinyao raised her hand. After a little hesitation, she pressed the stop button on the flat light screen. Buzz. In an instant, the connection between the plane formation I and the realm protection formation was cut off. The entire eternal world seemed to suddenly lose electricity and fell into temporary darkness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, the subformations in the major cities failed. The warriors of various clans who were ready to sacrifice themselves were stunned in place. Thank you for your sacrifice. Yuan Gongzi picked up the loudspeaker and said, Please leave the rest to us. Kill. Zhong Yi drew his sword and roared. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless light spots flew into the sky above the Sect of all times. Countless battleships crossed the void, and countless mechas shot out flames. The scene made the living beings of the plane excited. Year X of the Eternal Calendar. Faced with the siege of almost all the forces of the celestial demonic emperor, the Sect of all times resolutely chose to take the initiative to attack. It was known in history as the prelude to the new era. Chapter 1961. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Outside the eternal world, the dense cannonballs were still bombarding without any intention of stopping. This kind of crazy bombardment was simply a crazy waste of money. Damn it! The commander-in-chief stood in the cockpit, looking at the flowing light boundary that was still not broken, and roared angrily, What kind of formation is this? He had followed the celestial devil emperor to fight all over the world, and this was the first time he had encountered such a tricky situation. There was another reason for his anger, that was, the cannonballs consumed in such a short time could flatten dozens of planes. General, one of his subordinates said, Shall we continue? Boom. Continue. So many cannonballs had been fired, if they stopped, it meant that all their previous efforts would be in vain, so they had to continue firing. General. Just as the battleship entered the temporary filling period, the counselor standing closest to the window was pleasantly surprised. The formation boundary disappeared. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief was overjoyed and said, We finally broke it. Too much thinking. The sudden disappearance of the realm protection formation meant that it had closed from the inside. If they wanted to break it with firepower, they would need to invest more resources. Charge in! The commander-in-chief roared. They would not allow the eternal world to set up the formation again. They had to take advantage of this gap to kill the creatures inside and make up for the cannonballs that had been consumed. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the tens of thousands of battleships gathered around spewed out flames. When they were about to charge, they saw that the plane was gradually filled with light spots. At first, they were scattered, but then they covered a large area. The commander-in-chief frowned slightly. General. One of his subordinates saw the true appearance of the light spots through the light screen and exclaimed, The Eternal World Warriors are coming out. Humph. The commander-in-chief said coldly, They are courting death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the junction of the space barrier of the eternal world and the universe, the seniors and disciples led by Gu Zhaoxi flew out with great momentum and a murderous aura. The closure of the realm protection formation meant that the plane was exposed to the enemy, so all they could do was protect the thousands of creatures behind them with their lives. So few people? The commander-in-chief said disdainfully, You overestimate yourself. The Sect of all times could be considered to have mobilized its entire army. Although there were millions of Devil Army soldiers and a large number of Avengers following them, their overall numbers were incomparable to the Sky Demonic Emperor's army. Kill them all. In order to end the battle as soon as possible and complete the mission as soon as possible, the commander-in-chief did not plan to fight them head-on. Instead, he planned to use his superior firepower to suppress them. Caw-caw. Caw-caw-caw. The muzzles of the battleships moved and locked onto the warriors flying out of the eternal world. Dazzling energy gradually gathered and then shot out tiny streamer bullets. They didn't use large cannonballs because they wanted to save money. In fact, using small, fast, and numerous energy bombs to suppress the enemy was a very good method. Swish. 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 The dense stream of bullets fell from the sky like hail. Because the area covered was too wide, it was difficult for the Sect of all times disciples to dodge. Hide? It didn't exist. Since he had chosen to fight head-on, he would fight to the end. Shield up! Zhong Yi roared. The members of the vanguard group took out shields made of special materials and placed them in front of them, forming a rectangular defensive circle. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! After a while, the streamer bullets hit the shields crazily. Although they were powerful, they could not shake the solid defense line. Spread out! Zhong Yi spread his hands to both sides. The members of the vanguard group, hiding in the rectangular defensive circle, raised their shields and flew out. They scattered to the left and right sides against the rain of bullets to attract the enemy's firepower and prevent them from bombarding so intensively. However, they still underestimated the suppressive firepower of the Celestial Demon Emperor's side. As soon as they opened the line of fire, there was another dense stream of bullets. To be exact, no matter how scattered they had to experience the bombardment of rainstorm. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Under the endless bombardment of cannonballs, the members of the vanguard group were forced to retreat, and the shields in front of them gradually showed signs of cracking. Boom! Boom! After a while, dozens of shields exploded on the spot. The members of the vanguard group, who had lost their protection, were immediately exposed to the rain of bullets. We're in trouble. Zhong Yi's face changed greatly. At this critical moment, the Diablo fighters rushed over one after another. They placed their huge bodies behind their fellow sect members and placed their palms in the void, condensing a solid hexagonal defensive barrier. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The rain-like bullets hit the barrier but could not shake it at all. However, it was not a good idea to be a target for the bombardment, so the most important thing now was to rush over. Under the suppression of firepower, the chief mecha operator of the Sect of all times stood up. He controlled the dawn sky and rushed forward like a meteor. Along the way, he either dodged the dense bullets or chose to charge forward. After approaching the battleship, he immediately pulled out the big sword from his back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A huge Z-shaped sword mark appeared in the void. Swoosh. The dawn sky did not stop for a moment. Flames spurted out from under his feet as if he had turned into Zhao Zilong and charged into the army alone. Bang bang bang. As soon as he left, dozens of battleships in the Z-shaped area exploded on the spot. All the soldiers of the Celestial Demon Emperor inside died. Swoosh swoosh. The dawn sky's performance was very strong. With its extremely fast speed, it charged into the enemy like a ghost. Without exception, all the battleships exploded and people died. What a pity! He did not kill any enemies on the scoreboard. Otherwise, Jingji would definitely be at the top of the list. Blow it up! The commander-in-chief pointed at the dawn sky and roared. Caw-caw! The cabins of the battleships nearby opened and the soldiers of the Celestial Demon Emperor poured out like locusts. The dawn sky had charged into the army alone. They would definitely not use firepower to suppress him. After all, it was equivalent to using resources to bombard him. So, they had to use their bayonets. Of course, only a part of it. At the same time, the other battleships were still suppressing him with firepower to stop the Sect of all times from charging forward. They even deliberately bypassed them and fired at the Eternal World. Destroying the enemy's base camp was definitely the best strategy at the moment. Protect the realm. Xuerengui, who was in command in the Eternal World, ordered. Tens of thousands of Diablo battleships stuck close to the space barrier and formed a huge defensive barrier. They did not all charge forward to protect the realm behind them. Bang bang bang! Endless cannonballs came from different directions. Although they did not have any effect on the defensive barrier, they did consume energy. After a few more rounds, the barrier would definitely break. There was no chance, because the higher-ups and core disciples of the Sect of all times had already charged forward. All kinds of superpowers and special effects were unleashed, destroying the Starry Sky battleships. At the same time, the soldiers inside were forced to fly out and fight with their bayonet. All battleships retreat. The commander-in-chief also realized that if the battleships did not retreat quickly, they would be live targets. So, he ordered them to retreat and mobilize all the troops to suppress the enemy with numbers. Swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After a while, the battleships flew away and spat out batches of soldiers of the celestial demon emperor. When they gradually gathered, there were probably tens of millions of them. Among them, there were many powerful generals who gathered all kinds of evil forces and fought with the higher-ups and core disciples of the sect of all times. The current situation was, the strong fought against the strong, and the weak fought against the weak. The celestial demon emperor's side had an absolute advantage in numbers. Take Yi Xingqian for example. Just the soldiers alone numbered in the thousands, and there were even a few Fate Realm generals among them. Die! Night Emperor swung his halberd and swept across a large area. Blood and broken limbs floated in space. In terms of killing people, Yi Xingqian would not show any mercy. In fact, he looked forward to being surrounded by more enemies. This way, he could share the danger with his fellow sect members. Boom! Boom! Night Emperor turned into a god of war. He poured explosive energy into his halberd and killed the celestial demon emperor's soldiers with tyrannical and cruel methods. Gradually, the enemy's blood dyed his armor red. Whoosh! At this moment, the red-haired man walked out from the sacred flame judgment that bound Jun Changshao. This kid is a bit difficult to deal with. He thought that it would be easy to deal with him after trapping him, but things did not go as smoothly as expected. The red-haired man continued to stabilize the sacred flame judgment. He accidentally found Yi Xingqian fighting and murmured, "This guy is a bit fierce." He looked at the battle between the celestial demon emperor's army and the disciples of the sect of all times. Seeing that the situation was not under their control, he shook his head and said, "I'm waiting to regain my freedom. I don't have time to waste." Whoosh! After that, he waved his two fingers casually. Whoosh! In an instant, the scorching energy of flames condensed at the tip of his finger, and it expanded as it spun. When it reached its limit, it shot out with a swish, and then it carried terrifying force as it pressed down towards Yi Xingqian, who was in the midst of a massacre. The red-haired man meant that he would help the celestial demon emperor's army get rid of the troublesome enemy. His main task was to deal with the green-haired man trapped in the judgment. "I'll deal with the one who dances the most. If you still can't take down the eternal world, you're really trash raised by the celestial demon emperor." Whoosh! The flame energy pressed down from the sky. The heat and aura cut the space. Oh no! After killing a celestial secret realm general, Yi Xingqian smelled a strong sense of danger. He looked up with a pale face. It would have been better if he didn't see it. Once he saw it, his heart sank. The red-haired man seemed to be casually gathering the flame energy, but in fact, it was not weaker than the flame energy he had used to bombard the protective formation. Not to mention Yi Xingqian, even an upper-class celestial secret realm warrior would not dare to fight against it. Junior brother Yi dodged quickly. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others who were fighting in the distance roared loudly when they saw this. Dodge. Too naive. The flame energy gathered by the red-haired man was too strong. It even formed a kind of aura that sealed Yi Xingqian. He could not move at all and could only watch. At the moment of life and death, Night Emperor roared with blue veins bulging. Whoosh! The immortal sound power in his body burst out, trying to break the invisible pressure control. However, he had just comprehended it not long ago, and the amount was too little. It was impossible to shake it. It was really difficult to resist in the face of absolute strength. Junior brother Yi, Li Qingyang and the others were furious, but they could not help because of the distance. No. Even if they could come to help in time, they would also die. It could be said that the red-haired man's strength was very terrifying to be able to fight back and forth with the Sky Devil Emperor. Any target that he locked onto would be in an unbreakable dead end, unless, whoosh! Just as the Night Tharch was on the brink of death, he woody flew over from afar. The power of immortal music that erupted from his palms had reached its limit. When he moved at high speed, his entire face was distorted by the wind. However, he tried his best, but there was still a distance between him and Yi Xingqian. Even if he rushed over, he was not confident that he could protect him. He might even implicate himself. At this moment, He Wudi did not think so much. He only had one thought in his mind. He had to save Yi Xingqian with all his strength. Only then could he not let down the Patriarch and the Sect. Reality was cruel. The flame pressed down at a much faster speed. The hot air waves pressed down, destroying the surrounding space with a terrifying force. He Wudi went crazy. He roared and burned the immortal sound power in his body, but he could only watch the hot force approaching Yi Xingqian and the figure that appeared in front of him. A figure? He did not see wrong. A person appeared in front of Yi Xingqian out of thin air. He stood in front of Yi Xingqian with a thick shield. He seemed to be in a fragile position, facing the pressure of tens of thousands of kilograms. Whoosh! A heavy aura spread and condensed into a majestic body. He suddenly put his palms on the flowing light shield and roared, "I have the strength to pick up mountains and the spirit to conquer the world." The overlord of Western Chu. He recognized Xiao Ziji's heroic soul. Yi Xingqian stared blankly for a moment before shouting, "Let's go!" Xiao Ziji stood in place, holding the flowing light shield with both hands. Because of the continuous explosion of power, the mech armor wrapped around his arms gradually cracked and finally collapsed. Whoosh! The flames were still sinking, just like the prehistoric comet that collided with Earth. When it came into contact with the shield's defensive area, a magnificent energy ripple immediately appeared. Boom! At this moment, the tyrant of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, retracted his hands and punched Yi Xingqian, sending him flying. Without the support of the heroic soul, his defense was reduced. Yi Xingqian, who had flown out, saw everything clearly. Xiao Zuiji turned his head and showed the side of his face. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, "I am willing to use this broken body to bear the brunt of the lightning for you." "No!" Night Emperor roared with tears streaming down his face. The scene he saw only lasted for a moment before it was mercilessly covered in flames. Junior brother Xiao. Senior brother Xiao. Jun Chongxiao, who was sitting cross-legged in the endless sea of flames, suddenly opened his eyes. His mind felt like it was going to explode because he suddenly lost something important. Ding! Sect members. 149999. The Sect of all times had been walking the path of elites for the past few years, so there were not many members. They could barely gather 150,000 members, but now they were one less. The system was silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, "Xiao Ziji has died." Hearing this, little Dodo immediately took out the champagne that he had prepared in Chapter 500 and cheered excitedly. Jundog's sect finally lost a disciple, and the one who died was a core disciple with a protagonist's life. Great news, ha ha ha. Pooh! Jun Chongxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became abnormally pale. The anger and killing intent in his body was like a volcanic eruption, crazily stimulating every nerve. His entire body seemed to be completely ignited. P.S. Yesterday, when I saw the comments at the end of the chapter, a reader left a comment saying, "Have you thought about letting that disciple die?" To be honest, I have already thought about it. If there is a need to sacrifice, it will be Xiao Ziji because he is a tank. Chapter 1962. The red-haired man's strength was too terrifying, so Yi Xingqian was locked onto. There was only one outcome, and that was death. He could not withstand it, and he could not dodge it. However, just when he was in danger, Xiao Ziji suddenly stood in front of him, activating all his energy and strength to form a line of defense. In fact, the distance between the two was very close, and this was due to the tacit understanding they had developed in their early years together. Attack and defense. They complemented each other, and their passions spread everywhere. When Xiao Ziji stood in front of him, Yi Xingqian's strong sense of danger was lifted. This meant that he had broken through the deadlock, and at the same time, it also meant that no one could resist the scorching power of the flames. Bang! Yi Xingqian did not have time to think too much, because heroic Soul Xiang Yu had sent him flying with a punch. In the process of escaping from the danger zone, he saw Xiao Ziji being swallowed by the flames with his own eyes. This was the most painful. No! Night Emperor's heart-wrenching roar resounded in the shattered void. I am willing to use this broken body. I will bear the brunt of the lightning for you. This was what Xiao Ziji said before he died. He had said it when he entered the life and death valley in his early years, and he had also put it into action. From the day he focused on body tempering, he defined himself as a meat shield. No matter the situation, no matter how dangerous it was, he would stand in front of his fellow disciples without hesitation. This was the life of a tank in the front row. It had nothing to do with the healer not being able to heal him, but because the enemy was too terrifying, and he was instantly killed. Junior brother Yi, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei roared in pain. The anger in their bodies exploded, and they poured it into their weapons, killing the surrounding demonic emperor soldiers madly. Their relationship with their fellow disciples was deep, and there was no need to explain too much. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to turn his anger into strength, and kill all the enemies to comfort junior brother Ye's soul in heaven. Frost Sky. At this moment, Xueshun Tinglu appeared on the battlefield. She looked up at the sky, her hands spread out naturally, and she muttered something. Cold air that seemed to have come from the frozen hell appeared around her, and it spread across a large area with an unstoppable force. Ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. In the land covered in frost, the enemy soldiers were all turned into ice sculptures. Die. All of you must die. The Purple King was holding a pair of pink boxing gloves. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he looked like a professional boxer as he walked in front of the frozen soldiers. Left hook, right hook, horizontal kick, side kick. Bam! 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 The corpse burst apart, blood splattering everywhere. After Xiao Ziji's death, the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times unleashed their full potential and fought against their enemies in a frenzy. Especially He Wudi. He blamed himself for not being there in time. Hoo-hoo! The power of the celestial music gradually gathered in his fists, and his eyes were filled with an intense killing intent that was rarely seen in his life. In the land of eternal life, He Wudi had always lived very cautiously. He even tried his best to pretend that he was invisible, and the situation of him fighting to the death with his enemies was almost non-existent. Today, for Xiao Ziji, he was willing to become a demon. The entire Sect of all times was in an uproar. They all gave up on defense and fought against their enemies with the mentality of either you die or I die. The disciples, who were already very terrifying, had their combat power greatly increased. The red-haired man smiled. Deep feelings for your fellow Sect members. However, he shook his head and said, in the face of absolute power, you are as weak as ants. Hoo-hoo. He gently raised 2 fingers, and the scorching flames gathered again. Just as he was about to throw it out, he suddenly stopped and looked at the Sect of all time's disciple who had been sent flying by the heroic soul with a surprised gaze. Returning to the moment before Xiao Ziji died, and everyone was furious. Yi Xingqian was still flying backward, tears rolling down his hideous and painful face, scattering across the universe. Slowly, a huge black hole appeared behind him, and his entire body sank into it. Darkness, silence. Yi Xingqian seemed to have lost his soul, floating alone. After an unknown period of time, light appeared in front of him, dispelling all the darkness. A blue sky and warm sunlight poured down on his body. This was the falling star continent. Yi Xingqian landed lightly on the mountain. There was a red door there, and a plaque hung on the door with the words Iron Bone Sect. The falling star continent was long gone. The Iron Bone sect was also history. Could Yi Xingqian have returned to the past through the black hole? Junior brother Yi. A familiar voice came from the Iron Bone sect, and Xiao Ziji walked out with a smile. Although his eyes looked very mature, it was difficult to hide his youthfulness. It seemed that this should be the sect of all times's initial stage, which was a few decades ago. Yi Xingqian was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. He didn't die. Senior brother Xiao didn't die. Swoosh. At this moment, Xiao Ziji strode out and passed through Yi Xingqian's body. The latter stood there dumbfounded. He tried to raise his hand, but found that his arm was blurry. Was it a dream? The joy on Yi Xingqian's face was soon replaced by pain. He slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Ziji, who was leaving. He could no longer control his emotions, and tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Junior brother Yi, hurry up! Xiao Ziji stopped in front of the stairs and shouted at the door. Yi Xingqian closed his eyes and recalled the past in his mind. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he should be coming out. As expected, a person walked out of the red door. His skin was wheat-colored and his eyes were ignored. He looked simple and unadorned. Who was it? Pei Anu. To be precise, his body was still temporarily controlled by Night Emperor's soul. Yi Xingqian was like air. When he saw Xiao Ziji and his former self go down the mountain one after another, the pain in his heart deepened. What appeared now was the scene of the reincarnated powerhouse and the genius who had turned into a good-for-nothing forming a team for the first time. Although it was a bit long ago, it was something that Night Emperor would never forget. He would never forget the experiences he had with him in the wilderness, as well as Xiao. Suddenly the scene changed. Yi Xingqian appeared on a high slope. He saw himself sitting on a stone, and also saw Xiao Ziji lying on the ground. If he remembered correctly, this should be the Spirit Spring Mountain. Below the ruins of the Spirit Spring sect, Jun Changshao, who was still the sect master, was leading his disciples to confront the 3 Wuzong disciples of the Spirit Spring sect. In the past, he thought that Xiao Ziji was particularly stupid, so he deliberately used the Taishan Sutra to help him hide his aura, so as not to be discovered by the people below. Next, the scene changed again and again. It was all things that had happened in the past. It was all bits and pieces of contact with Xiao Ziji. It was a very warm scene. However, when Yi Xingqian looked at the scenes again and again like a passerby, the pain in his heart became more and more intense. The power that had been sealed in the depths of his soul gradually cracked, until the memory node returned to just now, when he was suppressed by the power of fire. When Xiao Ziji sacrificed himself to save him, it finally reached the critical point. Ah! Yi Xingqian held his head and roared. Pung pung pung! In an instant, the chains that sealed the depths of his soul all broke, and a terrifying aura pervaded his body. The red-haired man, who was preparing to continue killing the disciples of the sect of all times, looked over in shock. He saw that the guy who was sent flying had a ferocious expression, and the word king gradually appeared behind him. This is, Feng Wanli and the others saw this and were immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? When Yi Xingqian roared, Gu Zhaoxi's reincarnation spirit completely broke free from his dantian. It could not be stopped at all. Whoosh! Finally, the spirit seed rushed out and flew toward Yi Xingqian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, 2 streams of light flew out from the sacred fire judgment. They were the evil spirit and the fire soul spirit. They brushed past the red-haired man's ears. The spirit seeds in Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and even Li Qingyang, who were fighting with their enemies, also broke free from their bodies. Whoosh! 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 7 streams of light of different colors flew in front of Yi Xingqian. They represented the evil spirit, the fire soul spirit, the space spirit, the reincarnation spirit, the 5 thunder spirit, the sand spirit, and the space-time spirit that came out of Zhang San's body. Obviously, they were all controlled by the Night King. However, there were still 3 left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, 3 streams of light pierced through the void and then lined up with the other 7 spirit seeds. They continuously rotated clockwise above Yi Xingqian's head. The Purgatory Spirit, the Frost Spirit, and the Space-Time Spirit. Feng Wanli could not hide his excitement and said, "The 10 spirits have gathered, the king has returned." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the 10 streams of light quickly flew into Yi Xingqian's body, causing him to be shrouded in a terrifying aura. The red-haired man frowned. A strong sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Chapter 1963. When Yi Xingqian could not accept Xiao Ziji's death, the sealed power in the depths of his soul was completely released. It was quite sudden. After the power of the seal broke out, the 10 spirit seeds that once belonged to the Night King all flew out of the body of the current successor and merged into Yi Xingqian's body. In a sense, it could be considered as returning them to their rightful owner. However, if he took away all 10 spirit seeds, what would happen to the others? Especially Jun Changshao, who took 2 spirit seeds and treated Xiaohua and Xiaoxia like his own sons. He had painstakingly raised them, only to find out that they were not his biological children and had even been taken away. This was even sadder than having green hair. Ryu Sinan and the others did not care that the spirit seeds were taken away, because they knew that since they merged into Yi Xingqian's body, their combat power would definitely increase greatly. Not bad. The power was unsealed and merged into the spirit seeds. The power that permeated Yi Xingqian's body had risen to an unimaginable level, so much so that the red-haired man frowned and smelled danger. It was even a sense of crisis. "You killed my fellow sect member." Yi Xingqian lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Unforgivable." His calm words were not angry or murderous, but they made one's hair stand on end. Sometimes, hysterical shouting was not the only way to express one's ruthlessness. The abnormal control of one's tone was even more terrifying. "Kill! Kill!" The Sky Devil Emperor's army below did not care about Yi Xingqian's outburst. They were still attacking the disciples of the Sect of all times, gradually surrounding them with their advantage in numbers. One death was only the beginning. This sect and this plane must be destroyed. Buzz buzz, however, when they leaped onto their horses and charged over, the space around them trembled, and a light that resembled plastic wrap appeared. Yi Xingqian's head was still lowered, but his hands had already spread out. His 10 fingers sank into the depths of space, and then he slowly pulled. The streams of light that had condensed below quickly drew closer, binding the enemy forces in several areas within. Ryu Sinan was stunned. This kind of method of reaching into space and pulling the enemies in different areas was really amazing. "Die," Yi Xingqian said in a low voice, which seemed to contain the profound meaning of the law. Boom, 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 boom. All the enemy soldiers bound by the space spirit were killed. With this death, more than 100,000 were lost. Shwa! At this moment, Yi Xingqian turned around and pointed 2 of his fingers at another area. The power of the sand gathered at his fingertips and was rapidly absorbed. Along the way, the sand turned into sharp needles that pressed forward like a torrential rain. Swish, 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 swish. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The sharp needles made of sand crazily pierced through the celestial Devil Emperor's soldiers, not only turning them into honeycombs, but also killing hundreds of thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. Yi Xingqian's strength was simply terrifying. At this rate, the celestial demonic emperor's army would not be enough to kill. Of course, the red-haired man certainly would not let him do whatever he wanted. He immediately gathered flames on his fists and said coldly, "Your opponent is me." At this moment, he was not sure that he could defeat this berserk guy. But in order to destroy the eternal world and regain his freedom, He had to find a way to delay and buy time for the celestial demonic emperor's army. It was a good idea. At present, the disciples of the sect of all times were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Although they could still fight bravely, they would gradually decline after a long battle. Sorry. Your opponent is me. At this moment, a voice came from behind. The red-haired man turned his head in surprise and saw a figure walking out of the sacred flame judgment step by step. He exclaimed, "How did you get out?" With his divine sense, he sealed the area with endless flames. Even if the trapped warriors could resist the flames, they could not break out at all unless they broke out from the inside. However, what was the situation now? The sacred flame judgment was still there and had not been destroyed. The guy trapped in it walked out casually as if he were in his own backyard. More than that, when the figure walked out step by step and gradually became clear and revealed the appearance of Jun Changshao, the surrounding endless sea area seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and crazily rushed into his body. This guy is absorbing my sacred flame judgment. Oh no! The red-haired man realized that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to withdraw the flames, but sadly found that the connection had been broken. He was the one who set the fire. But now it was not his anymore. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The hot flames crazily rushed into Jun Changshao's body and into his dantian. After being refined, his skin gradually turned red and hot. Patriarch. Seeing Jun Changshao walk out, the disciples felt as if they had found their backbone. But when they thought of Xiao Ziji's death, the joy that had just appeared was replaced by grief. Especially Yi Xingqian. Although he was in a berserk state, his mind and sea of consciousness were very clear. When he saw the patriarch come out, he not only felt grief but also deep guilt. Because of him, senior brother Xiao had died. Whoosh. After a while, the sacred flame judgment was completely absorbed. The red-haired man's expression was extremely ugly. The sense of danger grew stronger, and his state of mind became more and more flustered. On the left was Yi Xingqian, who had transformed into the Night King, and on the right was Jun Changshao, who was enscathed and absorbing the sea of flames. It was understandable that he was flustered. Jun Changshao pointed at the red-haired man and said, "Leave him to me." Understood. Yi Xingqian turned and flew down. He left Xiao Ziji's murderer to the patriarch. He would be responsible for threatening the plane and the soldiers of the same sect. Die. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Yi Xingqian seemed to have turned into the Grim Reaper. Just as he flew over, he used different spirit seeds alternately. Everywhere he passed, the demonic emperor's soldiers were all destroyed. Kill! Kill! Zhong Yi raised his saber and roared. In an instant, the members of the war cavalry hall charged forward. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times also channeled all their power into their weapons and tried their best to kill the enemy soldiers. It was as if there would be no one to kill if they were slow. That's right. If they were slow, there really would be no one to kill. This was because Yi Xingqian, who had gone berserk, killed a large number of demonic emperor's soldiers with every move. The most terrifying thing was that in order to end the battle as soon as possible, he turned around and unleashed the power of space, the power of evil, the power of fire, and other powers. A large area behind him seemed to have been hit by a pause button and instantly entered a state of stillness. Snap! Yi Xingqian snapped his fingers lightly. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the million soldiers in the sealed area were shattered into nothingness. Blood and remains gathered together, forming a terrifying slaughterhouse. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the others were so shocked that their scalps went numb. This scene of millions of lives being annihilated with every move was simply too terrifying. Killing people like flies. Eyes red from killing. It was difficult to describe Yi Xingqian. At that moment, he was the devil, the incarnation of the Grim Reaper. For Xiao Ziji, even if he had to destroy the entire upper universe, it would not matter. Although Yi Xingqian didn't want to be a couple on purpose, the relationship between Yi Xingqian and Xiao Zuiji was real and undeniable. With a snap of his fingers, millions of his companions were killed. This terrifying lethality directly shocked the demonic emperor's army. At this moment, they hesitated and felt fear. They changed from charging to retreating step by step, and there was only horror in their eyes. Retreat, the commander-in-chief ordered. This existence that could kill creatures as easily as taking something out of his pocket also deeply shocked him. In particular, the red-haired man was held back by Jun Changshao and could not be distracted to deal with the enemy. The only thing he could do was to retreat as soon as possible to avoid more casualties. Retreat? Yi Xingqian sneered. Swish. Spreading out his hands, the space force erupted and quickly spread to the extreme distance, and then turned into a solid flowing light barrier, trapping the fleeing demonic emperor soldiers and the space battleships docked in the distance. Yi Xingqian finally raised his head, and his distorted face was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Go and be buried with senior brother. No! Bang! 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 Under the desperate call, the demonic emperor soldiers trapped in the space were all cut into pieces. Blood splattered and dyed the shrinking space barrier red. Boom! Boom! The space battleships did not escape the fate of destruction. Even as they gradually shrank, they kept colliding, causing a series of big explosions. The commander-in-chief and the main battleship could only face the flames with fear. On this day, in this battle, the demonic emperor's tens of thousands of battleships and millions of soldiers were all killed. The murderer Yi Xingqian. Chapter 1964. The berserk Yi Xingqian annihilated the demonic emperor's army, not leaving behind a single intact warship. The sin of sacrificing oneself to the heavens, the magic power is boundless. However, even if he won, Knight Emperor was not happy. If he had a choice, he would rather let go of these unforgivable demonic emperor soldiers in exchange for Xiao Ziji's resurrection. Or I can take his place. In fact, no matter how many times the situation was repeated, Xiao Ziji would always stand in front of Yi Xingqian. It was not only because of their friendship, but also because of the conversation he heard when he waited for his junior brother to come out. I don't want the child to lose his father before he's born. Don't worry, I'll come back alive. Many disciples in the sect were no longer single, but Xiao Ziji was still alone. So when he heard the conversation between his junior brother and his sister-in-law, he made a decision. No matter what danger there was, he must protect Yi Xingqian and let him return alive. So, the two of them were so close to each other. It was more than just tacit understanding. From the beginning, Xiao Ziji was very deliberately protecting the child's father. He was moved and teared up. Even if he killed millions of enemies, it was still difficult to suppress the pain in Yi Xingqian's heart. He could only vent it by roaring ferociously. Boo-hoo! Lu Wanchu's tears fell like rain as she leaned on Li Luoqiu's shoulder. Although she often said some inauspicious words, she cared a lot about her senior brother and junior brother. At that moment, everyone in the sect of all times heard Yi Xingqian's incompetent roar and lowered their heads in sorrow. The enemy was killed, and one person died. No matter how one looked at it, it was a complete victory. However, everyone showed pain and depression as if they had lost the battle. No, they had not won yet. The murderer was not dead. Everyone turned their heads and looked angrily at the cracked void in the distance. The commander-in-chief chose to retreat tactically before his death, because Jun Changshao was holding the red-haired man back and lost his absolute combat power. Naturally, he could not compete with the berserk Yi Xingqian. But the truth? The word dragged was not appropriate. To be precise, the red-haired man was being trampled by Jun Changshao. Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky. The disciples of the sect of all times had just turned around when they saw the red-haired man fly into the distance with a whoosh. Then, he steadied himself in an extremely sorry state. There was an obvious scratch on the left side of his face. He must have been hit in the face. Damn it! He clenched his fists in anger, and scorching flames erupted. However, in the next second, his eyes widened because there was a flash of light in front of him. The tip of the spear was fixed an inch away from his forehead. The red-haired man's eyes slowly focused, and only then could he see clearly that the person standing in front of him was a young man with delicate features. He was standing on a flaming wheel, with a red scarf draped over his shoulders and a flaming spear in his hand. Especially, there was a red lotus pattern engraved on the front of the armor. Just as the readers were guessing who this person was based on his appearance and equipment, the phone screen suddenly shook, and a few words popped out. Santan Hihui Guru, Neza? SSS ranked heroic soul. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others exclaimed. They had gone to the Heavenly Might's secret realm to train countless times. Although they could not defeat a top-notch heroic soul, it did not stop them from observing the portraits on the wall. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Jun Changshao walked out of the area filled with flames in the distance. The flames spreading out from his body turned into lines that were connected to Neza, who was standing in front of the red-haired man with a spear. This meant that the mythical figure that suddenly appeared should be controlled by him. First, the Monkey King's heroic soul appeared to destroy the heavenly demon emperor's clone. Now, Neza's heroic soul was aiming at the red-haired man with a spear. What did Jun Changshao, who could not enter the Heavenly Might's secret realm, have that made the gods willing to help him? Handsome? The author was more handsome than him. He did not see anyone helping him. Gulp! The red-haired man swallowed his saliva. Although the spear in front of him exploded with flames, his entire body was still covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he felt that death was closer to him than ever. He did not obtain freedom. Was he going to die here? No. He could not accept this. The heroic soul Neza glanced at the tattoo on the red-haired man's chest and said disdainfully, "Are you worthy of using a lotus?" When the Dragon King flooded Chuntang Pass, Neza cut his flesh to return to his mother and bones to his father. After he died, Perfected Tai used the lotus to reconstruct his body, so this was his symbol. What a coincidence! There was a lotus on the red-haired man's chest. What was even more coincidental was that Neza was also playing with fire. What did this mean? It meant that the third prince would appear from the moment the red-haired man appeared. Just like the hidden corners of the popular mystery web series recently, every episode and frame was full of small details. Tisk! Little Dodo disdainfully ridiculed, "How dare this idiotic novel be so fake? Don't you want to be a green lotus?" "Hey," Neza said calmly, "how do you want him to die?" From his tone, although Jun Changshao had some kind of connection with him, it did not seem like he had absolute control. It was more like an employment relationship. "Torture him to death," Jun Changshao said coldly. "You killed my disciple. Unforgivable." Poochie. As soon as he finished speaking, Neza pierced the red-haired man's left shoulder with his fire-tipped spear. The red-haired man's face instantly turned ferocious. He could tolerate being pierced. What he could not tolerate was the pure flames released by the spear that burned his flesh and blood mercilessly. It hurt. It hurt to the bone marrow. Poochie! Neza pulled out his spear and pierced it into his right shoulder. Since he was going to torture him to death, he could not die immediately. He had to control the damage to his body and soul just right. Poochie! Poochie! The sound of flesh being pierced resounded in the starry sky. The disciples of the Sect of all times who heard it felt very comfortable. They even wished that they could stab themselves to comfort their fallen comrade. Eternal World, Stone Statue City. Since she was accidentally saved by Jun Changshao, Gongsun Ruoli had been living in the main city built by her clansmen. She focused on martial arts and rarely appeared in public. She wanted to find the Heartless Man, but considering her son, she suppressed it for the time being. Jun Changshao had also come to see her father, hoping that she could join the sect of all times to enjoy better martial arts resources, but he was politely rejected. Now Gongsun Ruoli wanted to calm down and lead the Stone Statue clan to a better future. Swoosh. In the secret chamber, Gongsun Ruoli, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. Because she wanted to comprehend martial arts and was worried that she would be disturbed, the environment was very closed. She did not even feel the bombardment of the eternal world. If so, why did she wake up? Gongsun Ruoli lightly clutched at her chest, a pained expression appearing on her beautiful face. No. Something must have happened. Gongsun Ruoli hurriedly stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. When she saw the distorted sky of the eternal world, she immediately realized that her intuition was right. Patriarch, why did you come out? The clan official was surprised. What's going on? Gongsun Ruoli frowned. The official hurriedly told her that the eternal world was attacked by the celestial demonic emperor's army. When he learned that his son and the sect were fighting with the celestial demonic emperor's army outside, he immediately flew out without hesitation. Kill him. At this time, Jun Changshao, who was in the starry sky, said coldly. The red-haired man had hundreds of holes in his body. It was a horrible sight, so there was no need to torture him. It was better to kill him. Okay. Neza raised his fire-tipped spear. Whoosh, Poochie. Just as Gongsun Ruoli flew out of the eternal world, the fire-tipped spear with great power accurately pierced the red-haired man's glabella, causing his eyes to gradually lose their luster and his hands to slowly fall down. At this point, the murderer of Xiao Ziji had died at the hands of Jun Changshao. Jun Changshao took revenge. If it had been in the past, such a powerful cultivator might have been sent to the heaven-origin prison-suppressing pagoda to take care of him. Unfortunately, after killing Xiao Zue, he no longer had the chance to do so, because even gods had to die. Chapter 1965. The celestial demonic emperor's army was annihilated. The red-haired man who killed Xiao Ziji was also killed. This represented the prologue battle of the new era. Jun Changshao and his sect of all times won. However, the price was the death of his disciple, Xiao Ziji. Is there any way to go back to the past? Jun Changshao asked in his heart. No. The system answered truthfully. He understood the pain in the host's heart at this moment and the urge to start over. Unfortunately, what had happened could not be changed. Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said, I shouldn't have shown the eternal world. Then Sini wouldn't have died. It's all my fault. The host will have to fight the celestial demonic emperor sooner or later. Sacrifices are inevitable, the system said. It liked to complain about Jun Changshao, but on this occasion, it would try its best to comfort him and ask him not to blame himself too much. Otherwise, it would be very heavy. Right. Jun Changshao said happily. Sini went to find Xingchen to participate in the universe holy war with him in the future. That is to say, he still has a chance to be resurrected. This, the system thought for a while and said, it makes sense. Store, it must be the store. Jun Changshao said with hope, there's a tool that can resurrect. The system did not say anything. It wanted to say that there were only things you could not think of, but nothing you could not buy. But considering its own power, it did not want to cause trouble for the host. Thinking of the scene that Yi Xingchen had seen and the omnipotent system store, Jun Changshao's depression faded a lot. Phew. He took a deep breath and exhaled happily. The system was here. Hope was here. Hey. Hero Soul Neza picked up the red-haired man's body and said lightly, do you want to cut him into pieces? Jun Changshao wanted to answer, but he suddenly saw Gongsun Ruoli at the end of his vision. He said in surprise, Father, why did you come out? No. Why did his father look dull? Why were tears gathering at the corners of her eyes, and why did she look so pained? Jun Changshao had always been a meticulous person. When he saw Gongsun Ruoli's appearance and the complex emotions on her face, The muscles that had just relaxed tensed up once again. Then, with great difficulty, he shifted his body to the dead red-haired man. "It can't be. It can't be. It's over," the system exclaimed. "This is serious." The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times were dumbfounded. They clearly knew that Gongsun Ruoli had been looking for the heartless man. Now that she was staring at the red-haired man's corpse in a daze, did that mean, thinking about how he had been chased down by the heavenly demon emperor's martial artists, and how the red-haired man was in cahoots with the former, there was no need to guess. Stone Hammer, Patriarch's mother. Pooh! Jun Changshao spat out a mouthful of blood as pain appeared in his eyes. If the red-haired man was really the heartless man his father was looking for, wouldn't he be killing his mother to prove his Tao if he killed him? Wouldn't that be committing an unforgivable crime? The system hurriedly comforted her. "It's not your fault. How am I going to explain this to father?" Jun Changshao roared in his heart. Yes. Without knowing the identity of the red-haired man, he had killed Xiao Ziji, so there was nothing wrong with him killing him. But now that he knew his identity, how was he going to face his father in the future? Even when he killed that guy, his father had seen it. "You!" Gongsun Ruoli, who had been silent all this time, finally opened her mouth. But with just one word, tears fell from the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. Because of the existence of the stone statue bloodline, Jun Changshao felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife when he saw her cry. "Father, I'm sorry," I sigh. At this moment a sigh was heard. Jun Changshao raised his head slightly and looked at Zhang San, who was also in his field of vision. He put his hands behind his back and slowly turned around, smiling bitterly. "You still found me." Everyone in the sect of all times was confused. Gongsun Ruoli bit her lip and flew up until she stopped in front of Zhang San. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped him. The latter did not dodge and allowed the angry and resentful palm to slap his face. "Pa!" It was crisp and loud. "Pa!" Gongsun Ruoli raised her left hand and slapped Zhang San's face cleanly. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment. "You were indeed hiding from me on purpose. I have my reasons." "Pa!" Another slap to the face. Zhang San did not mind and continued, "Following a person who divulges heavenly secrets, you will be implicated sooner or later, so, Pa." Slap to the face x4. "I have to leave." Pa. Slap to the face x5. Gongsun Ruoli raised her hand again but did not hit him. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said hysterically, "Not only did you abandon me, but you also abandoned your son." "Son?" Zhang San was stunned. He could not even feel the pain on his face. Pa. Slap to the face x6. When Gongsun Ruoli continued to slap him 7 times, Zhang San grabbed her wrist and said anxiously, "You were pregnant before I left?" He did not even know if she was pregnant. What a scumbag of a father. "That's right," Gongsun Ruoli said hatefully. Zhang San could not control his emotions and asked anxiously, "Where is he? Where is he?" Gongsun Ruoli did not answer. Instead, she shifted her gaze and looked up. "Jie." Zhang San turned his head with difficulty and locked his gaze on Jun Changshao. He said in disbelief, "He is my son? It can't be. It can't be." Jun Changshao hugged his head and howled, "She is my mother?" Clang. At this moment, Gongsun Ruoli pulled out her sword and pressed it against Zhang San's neck. She gritted her teeth and said, "Abandoning your husband and son, you deserve to die." "Father," Jun Changshao advised anxiously, "you must calm down." Although he could not accept that Zhang San was the heartless man his father was looking for, the truth was the truth and could not be changed. At this time, he had to prevent this tragedy from happening. "Got it." Jun Changshao hurriedly transmitted his voice. Zhang San turned his head with difficulty and said sadly, "There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I did not cherish it. When I lost it, it was too late to regret it. This is the most painful thing in the world. He finished speaking according to what Jun Changshao had taught him. His tears just happened to fall, and his mood and expression were just right. An old actor. As expected. Hearing Xing Ye's classic lines, Gongsun Ruoli's heart softened. She withdrew her sword and turned to fly back to the eternal world. Don't just stand there. Jun Changshao urged, hurry up and chase after her. Ruoli. Zhang San hurriedly chased after her and shouted, listen to me, listen to me. Watching the two figures fly into the eternal world, Jun Changshao's depression dissipated, and he let out a long sigh of relief. This is a turn of events. The system said, this is the limit. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times also let out a sigh of relief. At first, they really thought that the red-haired man was Patriarch's mother, but in the end it was a feint. At this moment, Yi Xingqian, who was standing in the universe, raised his head and spat out blood. The 10 spiritual seeds in his dantian quickly flew out and returned to Jun Changshao and the others. Oh no! Brother Yi fainted! Hurry, carry him back. P.S. As soon as the red-haired man appeared, some readers guessed that she was Goshing's mother. Was it that easy to guess? Chapter 1966. Gurgle, gurgle. The area composed of lava and flames suddenly boiled, and the surrounding temperature rose a lot. Swoosh! After a while, the lava spurted out and condensed into a human shape. At first, there was only a rough outline, but gradually the facial features were condensed until the sharp face was completely three-dimensional. It was the red-haired man who was stabbed by Neza between the eyebrows and died. He didn't die. Wow! The red-haired man covered his chest and spat out blood, which disappeared into the flames. He said with a ferocious face, sure enough, it's not that simple. In fact, when he went to the eternal world, he had guessed that the enemy must be very difficult to deal with. But he never expected it to be so difficult. He had no power to fight back in front of the young man on the fire wheel, and the disciple of the sect of all times who went berserk. Even if he didn't die under the flame spear, he would probably be killed by him. Whoosh! At this moment, a gloomy breath came to his face, and a gloomy voice sounded in his ears, you failed. The red-haired man knew who it was. He sat down in the lava and said weakly, not only did I fail, but also your men. The celestial devil emperor still couldn't see his face clearly, but from his gradually reddening eyes, he should be very angry at this moment. From the way he clenched his fists, it seemed that he was trying to restrain himself. Although the sect of all times had caused him trouble several times before, it only hurt his muscles and bones. But now, his muscles and bones were broken. Who wouldn't be angry? Who wouldn't be angry? The red-haired man naturally felt it. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I understand why you asked me to do it. The celestial devil emperor was silent. I barely survived by using the rebirth of filthy fire, but I will suffer from the backfire of the evil fire, and will be disabled for a long time. So, I don't want my freedom anymore. Go find someone else for help, the red-haired man said weakly. Of course. He said with difficulty, you can also take the opportunity to kill me. I don't want to kill a good-for-nothing. The celestial devil emperor seemed to suppress his anger and turned to leave the fire territory. But when he was about to disappear, he heard the red-haired man say, to be honest, these people are not simple. So what? I advise you to give up the delusion of ruling the upper universe. You're wrong. With his back to him, the celestial devil emperor said, it's not a delusion because... He paused for a moment, then continued in a low voice, it's about to be realized. There was uncontrollable joy in his voice, which was a stark contrast to the anger he was trying to suppress just now. The red-haired man raised his head in shock and said, could it be, who? At this time, an extremely special dark aura emanated from the back of the celestial devil emperor, like the cape worn by the demons of the abyss. You've comprehended the great devouring heaven-transforming demon technique. A little. It was the red-haired man's turn to be silent. The celestial demonic emperor's figure gradually disappeared into the sea of fire. Before he left, he said, "I'm keeping you alive to witness the arrival of a new era. This guy is crazy." The red-haired man sat down cross-legged and tried his best to straighten his body. Then, his thoughts returned to the battle earlier. When he was faced with death, he felt a familiar presence that he hadn't felt in a long time gushing towards him from behind. Was it her? Sigh, I'm thinking too much again. The more the red-haired man tried not to think about it, the more he recalled the bits and pieces of the past. Especially when he thought about his child who was still in swaddling clothes, the guilt in his heart deepened. "Son, I hope you can be an indomitable man. But you've become the demon's lackey. If you and I meet one day, can you forgive me for my dark side?" Eternal World, Stone Statue City. Mrs. Gongsun, is this appropriate? In the backyard, Zhang San sat in the pavilion with his face full of palm print. Because Gongsun Ruoli had hit him too hard and several times in a row, his face was still burning with pain. "Sir, I'm sorry." Sigh. Zhang San sighed and said, "I can understand your pain, but deliberately hiding it from June Patriarch, isn't it a bit? Let him know that killing his mother with his own hands will only make him more painful." Gongsun Ruoli said. Zhang San was silent. "When my son was born, his mother heartlessly left, so I don't have any impression of him. Sir, you don't have to worry about being exposed. Just get along with him as usual," Gongsun Ruoli said. "Okay," Zhang San said, "I'll reluctantly pretend to be June Patriarch's mother. Damn. What the hell was this? A feint wasn't enough, so another one? Actually, the situation was like this. When Gongsun Ruoli flew out of the eternal world, her eyes were fixed on the red-haired man. Even if she only saw his back, she could recognize the heartless man who abandoned her husband and son. That meant, the reader guessed right from the beginning. What about Zhang San? He happened to be standing between Gongsun Ruoli and the red-haired man, so he became a mother without knowing it. In fact, when Gongsun Ruoli realized that the flaming youth was controlled by Jun Changshao, she immediately guessed that he was the one who killed the red-haired man, so she communicated with him through voice transmission before she collapsed. The two did not know each other, but that did not prevent them from cooperating. So when Jun Changshao and the entire sect of all times questioned the identity of the red-haired man, she shouted at Zhang San and even slapped him hard to force him to become a mother. Why did she do this? Because Gongsun Ruoli did not want Jun Changshao to suffer the pain of killing his mother. To be honest, when she saw the red-haired man killed, she was completely disheartened for a short period of time, especially when the murderer was her son. She had to calm down. Gongsun Ruoli forcibly suppressed the grief and pain in her heart, and did not want Jun Changshao to bear the crime of killing his mother. She could only let Zhang San cooperate with her to act and dispel her son's suspicions. Zhang San. In the face of such an unexpected situation, his performance was flawless. The words "old actor" were written on the front. There were flaws in their cooperation. For example, before the heartless man left, her son was already born, but Zhang San said that she was pregnant before he left? This did not add up. But Gongsun Ruoli intentionally let Zhang San say that, so that her son would understand that he had never met his mother, and would be able to accept her better, and not have any doubts. Actually, she worried too much. Jun Changshao would not suspect, because he was not Gongsun Ruoli's child at all, and had only inherited the bloodline of the Stone Statue clan by chance. He was even afraid of exposing it and making this woman sad, so he had to cooperate fully. He was also an old actor. Did someone say that when Jun Changshao killed his mother, there was no bloodline reaction? Sorry, there wasn't. After all, the bloodline belonged to the Stone Statue clan, not the red-haired man's. Strictly speaking, the two had no blood relations at all. There was another detail that could be seen. The red-haired man also did not sense any bloodline resonance with Jun Changshao. If you insist on arguing, then you must be right. I am definitely wrong. After 2 consecutive feints, she finally understood the truth. However, the most tragic was Zhang San, who had to play along with the sudden wedding. It was really a test of his acting skills. Father, mother. At this time, Jun Changshao flew over. His brows were filled with joy and pain, one representing the reunion of his parents, the other representing the farewell of his master and disciple. Son. Zhang San walked over and patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with love. I didn't expect you to grow up. His acting was perfect, but in his heart, he was howling. Jun Patriarch. I swear to God. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. It's okay, it's okay. Jun Changshao secretly rejoiced. No flaws were seen. Everyone was acting, and their acting skills were online. Chapter 1967. Jun Changshao had killed the red-haired man. Gongsun Ruoli's feelings were very complicated. First of all, she hated this heartless man for abandoning her and her infant son. But could this hatred really extend to death? For a long time, Gongsun Ruoli had been thinking that if she found that guy one day, she would kill him with her own hands. But when she saw him die, she still felt a heart-wrenching pain. After all, she had once loved him. But the pain was short-lived. After realizing that Jun Changshao had killed the heartless man, she quickly calmed down and made a decision that she thought was very correct. That was to act as if nothing had happened and let Zhang San pretend to be her mother. That guy is dead. My son still needs to live well. He can't be tortured by ethics. It had to be said that this woman was as meticulous as a needle. When she couldn't control her emotions and when everyone guessed that she was the patriarch's mother, she forcefully reversed the situation. Yes, Jun Changshao was kept in the dark. He didn't know that the red-haired man who controlled Neza to kill was a heartless man. He only defined him as Xiao Ziji's murderer. So, he deserved to die. Goxing didn't feel guilty. But what about Gongsun Ruoli? She knew the truth. Especially when she saw her son kill his mother. How did she feel every time she thought about it? The pain. Gongsun Ruoli chose to bear it alone. She would protect this secret forever. My son. More than anything else. In terms of tradition, Gongsun Ruoli was the mother. She had done what a mother should do. In terms of the stone statue race's tradition, he, as the father, was impeccable. Jun Changshao could deeply feel it. So he especially cherished this kind of familial relationship. He tried his best to put himself in the role of a son. Medical hall. Sun Bukong walked out and took off his mask. Patriarch, junior brother Yi is fine. He just fainted from exhaustion. Phew. Jun Changshao let out a long sigh of relief. After confirming that Yi Xingchen was fine, he returned to the main hall and invited Zhang San over. He politely stood up and cupped his hands. Greetings, mother. That, Zhang San said weakly. It's a bit awkward for a man like me to be called mother. This is the custom of my father's tribe. This isn't the stone statue tribe's territory. We can't follow their customs. That makes sense. Jun Changshao said. Then when we are outside, I will address you as father. All right. Father. Hearing these 2 words, Zhang Sandan felt comfortable, and so did the readers. After all, it was really awkward to hear such a way of addressing one's parents. Xing Chen once saw the future, and he also saw Sinner. Does this mean that there is a possibility of him being resurrected? Jun Changshao asked. The reunion of his parents was a joyous occasion. However, he had to think of a way to save Xiao Ziji. Even if the hope was only 0.1%, he had to do his best. Otherwise, the blade would be here soon. Zhang San was silent for a moment before he said, Jun? Son, I have something that I don't know if I should say. Father, please speak. Although the future is already set, It may gradually deviate from the established trajectory due to various factors. Jun Changshao furrowed his brows. Since Yi Xingqian saw the future, and he also saw Xiao Ziji, and now the latter has died, I'm afraid there is only one possibility, and that is. Zhang San didn't dare to continue. The future has been changed? It's very likely. Jun Changshao couldn't help but vomit blood again. He had placed his hopes on the future that Yi Xingqian once saw, but now he was told that the trajectory had changed, which was the same as directly cutting off his hope. If the future is changed, it might not be a bad thing, the system said. What do you mean? Yi Xingqian leaving the sect probably won't happen again. Jun Changshao's frown deepened. According to what the system said, Sinner sacrificed himself to the heavens to save Yi Xingqian, and even helped him change the timeline of the future. There is no other way. The system said, this is a multiple-choice question. Bullshit. Jun Changshao's eyes were about to split open. Only children make choices. I want to change the future of the stars, and I also want to change Sinner's fate. If the heavens stop me, I will defy the heavens. Defy the heavens again. Does the heavens owe you money? To be honest, at this stage, when it came from Jun Changshao's mouth, not only did it not feel Chinibu, but it also exuded a sense of hot-bloodedness, causing many readers to instantly return to the time when there was not a trace of change in them. So strong. Zhang Sen was shocked. Jun Changshao was communicating with the system telepathically. The rebellious look in his eyes deeply touched him, and he once again firmly believed that this child would do something unprecedented. To revive a person, it was not possible to rely on momentum alone. Therefore, whether or not Xiao Ziji could be revived, as of now, could only depend on the system store. For this, Jun Changshao hurriedly refreshed it. If it really refreshed, it would definitely be said to be too fake, so he didn't even refresh 10 times. In the past, he was disgusted by the limit of the number of times. Today, he wanted to pick up the chair next to him and smash the system store. As long as Xiao Ziji was not revived, Jun Changshao would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. The same was true for the disciples of the sect of all times. The battle was over. They should have celebrated, but when they returned to the sect, they could not lift their spirits. Especially the female disciples like Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing, who cried the most. If their tears could be accumulated, they would probably flood the entire Iron Bone Mountain in a few days. Of course, the Xian Turtle clan was also in pain. Xiao Ziji had fallen, and their clan's hope had also fallen. After all, both sides had signed a life contract, and one's glory was glory, and one's loss was also loss. The next day, Yuan Gongzi came to the study, looked at the haggard Jun Changshao, and said with difficulty, "When will you erect a cenotaph for Sinner?" Now. Jun Changshao's voice was very hoarse. "I'll do it now." Yuan Gongzi turned and left. Before leaving, Jun Changshao raised his head and reminded, "Be sure to choose the best feng shui treasured place." Yes. Also, let Shangtian come. Yes. Not long after, Li Shangtian walked into the study. From his slightly swollen eyes, it was obvious that he had cried bitterly because of senior brother Zhao's death. "Take out all the photos of Sinner," Jun Changshao said. "Although there was no corpse left, there must be photos on the tombstone." Li Shangtian quickly entered the spatial ring and took out all the photos of senior brother Xiao that he had taken over the years. There were quite a few, at least a few hundred. It could be seen that he had taken many photos in the past. No. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "None of them." He needed to choose a very representative photo so that when the world paid their respects, they could deeply feel the disciples' unparalleled strength. "Patriarch, no more," Li Shangtian said bitterly. The quality of these photos could be said to be at the top level in the industry. If they did not like them, there was really no other way. "Pa!" Suddenly, Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot." Whoosh! He opened the system panel and clicked on the Lingyan Pavilion. Li Shangtian's photos were professional, but in terms of appearance and temperament, the portrait hanging in the interior was the most vivid. Okay. It turned out that the Lingyan Pavilion also had the function of preserving the portrait of the disciple. Jun Changshao raised his trembling hand and clicked on the scroll with Xiao Ziji's name written on it painfully. When the latter unfolded from top to bottom, he stood there dumbfounded. The picture scroll. It was blank. At the end of the scroll were 4 eye-catching words. Click to revive. P.S. The red-haired man was guessed, which made me feel very helpless. But Jing Zhixiao, how did you guess? I now declare that Little Du is not my smuff, you are. Chapter 1968. Click Resurrection. Such simple and direct words, such simple and unadorned words. Jun Changshao was stunned for a moment, then ecstasy appeared on his face. Even his hands trembled at a higher frequency. Just a moment ago, he was still agonizing over how to revive Xiao Ziji, or how long it would take. In the end, an opportunity appeared right in front of him. He cried. Jun Changshao cried. He cried unbridledly for his disciple's resurrection. Normal. The system said, calm down. Actually, it was quite surprised that the Lingyan Pavilion had a resurrection function. However, it quickly calmed down. After all, this was the system. It was omnipotent and could do whatever it wanted. Heavenly axiom order, 6 paths of reincarnation? Sorry, it was for stepping on. Since he could be revived, what was he waiting for? Jun Changshao suppressed the excitement and ecstasy in his heart. He immediately raised his trembling hand and pressed on the words that looked like a dialogue box. Ding. Activating resurrection procedure. Ding. Detecting disciple Xiao Ziji's soul has been injected into the Lingyan Pavilion. All conditions have been met. Are you willing to use the contribution points of other disciples to revive him? Yes, no, Jun Changshao was stunned. Use the contribution points of other disciples? It's very simple. The system explained. It's to use the contribution points accumulated by Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others over the years to revive Xiao Ziji. Jun Changshao pressed yes. He did not ask the other disciples because he believed that they would choose something. To be honest, up until now, Go Xing had never been proud of how strong the sect of all times and its disciples were. He was only proud of how close they were to their fellow disciples. Ding. Ding. After Jun Changshao chose yes, all the disciples who entered the Lingyan Pavilion and obtained the special text effect had a selection interface appear in front of them. A mechanical voice said, "Are you willing to use your contribution points to revive Xiao Ziji?" The patriarch gave the questions. They answered the questions. At that moment, no matter what Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others were doing, they all chose yes without hesitation. If this multiple-choice question had been even harsher, such as using their own lives in exchange for Xiao Ziji's resurrection, their choice would still be yes. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for Jun Changshao to be arrogant. Ding. All disciples have chosen the same answer. Xiao Ziji's resurrection process has begun. Please wait for a moment. A voice that sounded like the sound of nature rang out beside his ears. Beautiful and wonderful. Buzz. Ink began to appear on the blank scroll from bottom to top. He drew his feet, then his hands, then his body, and finally his head. In the end, Xiao Ziji stood in a horse stance with his shield raised. He looked lifelike and valiant. The redrawn drawing was different from the previous one. There was an additional giant demonic beast next to it. Its hard tortoise shell and the flowing light shield complemented each other. Pa! The shield that represented the special effects of the text was directly engraved on the scroll. In an instant, 2 streams of light similar to eggshells appeared in front of Jun Changshao. Vigorous vitality was constantly gushing out from the inside. One could clearly see that the embryo was rapidly growing. The embryo turned into an infant, the infant turned into a child, The child turned into a teenager, the teenager turned into a young man, and the young man turned into an adult. This kind of journey that should have taken decades to complete was completed in just a few seconds inside the eggshell. It was really unimaginable. Goodoo, goodoo. The vitality contained in the eggshell was constantly boiling. The adult creature slowly raised its head and lifted its hand to remove the oxygen supply in its mouth. One of its hands touched the edge of the eggshell. Pa! Like a bubble, it burst with a poke. Hua hua! The magical vitality water scattered on the ground. Xiao Ziji stood in front of Jun Changshao with his long hair wet. Because his body was naked, his perfect muscles were clearly visible. Hua! At this time, the other eggshell was also punctured. The black tortoise was completely revealed. It had signed a life contract with its master. They would live and die together and resurrect together. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Xiao Ziji and the life contract beast's physical bodies were completed, 2 streams of light flew out from the Lingyan pavilion and merged into their consciousness. They were truly injected into their souls. Ding! Resurrection complete. Jun Changshao's mouth raised into a happy smile. When the soul completely took control of the body, Xiao Ziji's eyes regained their luster. He looked down at his hands in shock and said, Didn't I die? I won't allow you to die. Jun Changshao said, No one in the world can take your life. Domineering and arrogant. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji just realized that someone was standing next to him. He subconsciously covered his indescribable place with his hand. His whole face was almost as red as an apple. Jun Changshao threw a set of school uniform and said disapprovingly, It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you so shy? Don't misunderstand. Goxing said that he had seen it before because of the bathhouse. After all, he would occasionally go there to take a bath. They would often see each other. Xiao Ziji put on the school uniform rather awkwardly and shyly. Then he scratched his head and said, Patriarch, how did I come back to life? His memory stopped at the time when he helped Yi Xingqian take the damage. It's not important. Jun Changshao said, Hurry up and go comfort your fellow disciples. They are still grieving over there. Yes. Xiao Ziji hurried out. Some people might guess from the description of the resurrection that this was a clone born under the influence of advanced technology. Otherwise, the real Xiao Ziji. Why was he so sure? Because this involved another function of the Lingyan pavilion. That was, after a disciple moved in, their soul could be permanently preserved and then given a chance to resurrect. To put it bluntly, Xiao Ziji's physical body was also cloned or replicated, but the soul that controlled the body was authentic. In a world where the physical body could collapse at any time, as long as the soul still had the original smell and the original formula, it meant that he was still him. There was no change at all. Back Mountain. Feng Shui treasured land. There used to be Gu Zhaoxi's cenotaph here. When he returned, it was demolished. Today, another one was erected. The words, Tomb of Xiao Ziji, a disciple of the Sect of all times, were engraved on the tombstone. Woo woo! Woo woo! Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing squatted in front of the brazier, wailing and sending paper money inside. All the disciples were lined up neatly with their heads lowered in grief. The atmosphere was stifling. Why hasn't the photo been sent over yet? Yuan Gongzi anxiously turned around, hoping to see Li Tiantian's figure. In the end, he found a familiar person in his field of vision. His eyes immediately widened. Lu Wanshi and Lu Wanshi also noticed it. The two looked up with teary eyes. When they saw the person's face clearly, they stood up and screamed, Ghost! Junior brother Xiao. Li Qingyang was calmer. After seeing Xiao Ziji's face clearly, he thought of the multiple-choice question that appeared when he was grieving. He suddenly understood and said joyfully, He's revived. Everyone was overjoyed. They were about to rush over, but they immediately dispelled the thought. because Yi Xingqian was already standing in front of Xiao Ziji. His eyes were unusually cold as he raised his fist and punched fiercely. Bang! Xiao Ziji flew out beautifully and fell under a huge rock far away. He did not stand up. Instead, he leaned against his body, raised his right leg, and placed his right hand on it. The half of his face that could barely be seen gradually revealed a smile. If you don't have the strength, don't do stupid things. Otherwise, our relationship will end. Yi Xingqian roared. Strength. Xiao Ziji was still leaning against the huge rock. His right hand was still casually placed on his knee. He slowly raised his head and showed a resolute face. He smiled and said, I have. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. A thick divination realm aura instantly filled the back mountain and deeply affected every disciple. It gave them a sense of security as if they were being protected from all sides. On this day, Xiao Ziji revived on the spot. His cultivation had directly reached the divination realm. P.S. Xiao Ziji's death was not to make you cry, nor was it because I wanted to be scolded. It was to create an opportunity for him to break through the divination realm. It could be understood as sacrificing oneself for others, and the sublimation of one's soul. Xiao Ziji was guilty of helping others, and he took on the role of a tank. Chapter 1969. In the kitchen of the sect of all times. Dong dong dong. Ma Yongning waved his kitchen knife, and cut the vegetables on the chopping board into rows. Judging from his technique, he was obviously more skilled. 1 He and 2 He were running back and forth with the cut vegetables. Although they were busy, there was always a bright smile on their faces. Sizzle! The pot was hot and the oil was added. Phew! The sous-chef Qian Songbao held the pot with his left hand and set the fire with his right hand. He was focused on cooking and was also very happy. Phew! Lu Wancher on the other stove leaned her hands on the big pot, closed her eyes, and released the fire. She was doing the most professional blind stir-frying. The dining hall was very busy. What was going on? Needless to say, there must be a grand celebration banquet. There were 3 celebrations. First, the celestial demonic emperor's army was wiped out. Second, the patriarch's parents were reunited. Third, Xiao Ziji was resurrected on the spot. Any one of them was a joyous occasion. Therefore, Jun Changshao decided to hold the grandest celebration banquet and invited all the big shots in the eternal world to attend. Swish! Swish! In the huge martial arts practice field of the main peak, 8 tables were arranged. The members of the dining hall came one after another with delicious dishes and intoxicating drink. Phew! Jian Guishu and the others took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Delicious, so delicious!" After 2 hours of preparation, all the wine and dishes were ready. "Sit down," Yuan Gongzi said. All the big shots in the sect of all times and all the big shots in the cities sat down and put their hands on the full wine glasses. Swish! Jun Changshao picked up the wine, raised it over his head, and said seriously, "This glass of wine is for the dead." When the celestial demonic emperor's army attacked the eternal world, many warriors of various clans died to strengthen the formation. He naturally would not forget and would keep it in mind. Iron Bone Mountain. A place with feng shui. It had been transformed into a hero's mound by Li Qingyang. All the dead creatures would be buried here and be worshipped by the world. Son. After the hero's mound was built, Zhang San came to observe and sighed with emotion. "The place you chose is a place with excellent feng shui. It is also shrouded in the strong feng shui of the sect of all times. The dead who are buried here will definitely be blessed with feng shui after reincarnation and have extraordinary achievements. I can't resurrect the creatures who died for the eternal world like I can resurrect Synergy." Jun Changshao bowed deeply to the row of tombstones in front of him and said, "We can only do our best to fight for a good afterlife for them. Or, there would be sacrifices in the end." Xiao Ziji could use the Lingyan Pavilion to bring the dead back to life, But those who died in battle did not have this privilege. They could only be buried in a place with good feng shui and arranged for a future generation with a bright future. This could be considered a perfect ending. Schwa. Everyone in the sect of all times and all the martial artists of the various races stood up and raised their wine cups, downing the contents in one gulp. This cup of wine was a toast to the deceased. Respect their dedication, respect their sacrifice. Jun Changshao poured another cup of wine, raised it, and looked out of the eternal world. He said, "The second cup of wine is a toast to all of you here and to all the people in the world. The creatures who died needed to be remembered, and the living creatures needed to be remembered even more, because they had also sacrificed and were even fearless in the face of death." Gulp. Jun Changshao drank the wine. At that moment, he was very serious, like a patriarch. The martial artists of various races and cities downed the wine in their cups, and then quickly filled them up. They raised their cups, looked at Jun Changshao, and said in unison, "This cup of wine is a toast to Jun Patriarch, to the sect of all times." The biggest contributor to the safety of the eternal world in the crisis was Jun Changshao and his sect. Therefore, the gratitude of the creatures living here to them could not be described in words. Everything was in the wine. Come! Cheers! After the toast, the celebration banquet officially began. The slightly sad atmosphere was quickly replaced by cheerfulness. Bang! Yi Xingchen sat down, put 2 jars of Drunken Dream on the table, and said coldly, "Let's drink until we're drunk." Xiao Ziji's expression became interesting. After a while, he picked up the 2 jars and said happily, "Okay. Can I join in?" Su Xiaoma came to join in the fun, but he was not particular and only brought 1 jar. "Can you?" Yi Xingchen questioned. Su Xiaoma pretended to be arrogant and said, "I can take you down. Come." The 3 of them slapped off the clay seal of the wine jar at the same time, and then raised it to drink. Lu Wanshi, who was sitting next to them, saw this and pouted. "Don't just drink, eat something!" Plop! After drinking a jar of Drunken Dream, Su Xiaoma fell under the table. He hugged the empty jar and said with the smell of alcohol, I can still drink. I'm not drunk." Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji had yet to decide a winner. The 2 of them put their legs on the chair, and picked up another jar of wine to drink. On the surface, the 2 of them were drinking wine. On a deeper level, the 2 of them were drinking the feelings of the same sect. As for why Yi Xingchen punched Xiao Ziji after seeing him revive, there was no need to explain. Those who understood understood, those who did not understand would not understand. The banquet lasted until midnight. Many people drank until they were dead drunk, swaying left and right. Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji also drank too much. Under the influence of alcohol, they jumped and jumped around the bonfire like dancing gorillas. 4 o'clock. The banquet ended. Many martial artists and disciples had to be carried back. Overall, they ate well and had a good time. However, as the main character of the celebration, Gongsun Ruoli sat alone on the Tower of Stone Statue City after the banquet ended, staring blankly at the sky. She tried hard to cover up her son killing his mother, so she could only bear all the pain alone. "Father." At this time, Jun Changshao came from behind and said, "You seem a little unhappy." "No." Gongsun Ruoli hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. "I'm very happy. I feel quite guilty." Jun Changshao said, "He abused mother for so long. That's what happens when he abandons his wife and son." Gongsun Ruoli comforted him. "My son, you don't have to blame yourself. Father, the eternal world is yours. We Stone Statue clan do as the Romans do. Call me mother from now on." Gongsun Ruoli interrupted. Jun Changshao had no objection. No matter what he called her, she was still his family. This would not change. So he said affectionately, "Okay, mother. Call me mother." "Mother." Gongsun Ruoli put one hand on Jun Changshao's face and said affectionately, Good boy, I only have one wish. No matter what happens, you have to live well. Feeling the warmth from her palm, the pain in her heart lessened a lot. Son was the only one. It was really wonderful to have the love of family. However, thinking that the stone statue bloodline was fused and that he was lying to her, Jun Changshao felt more and more guilty. There's no other way. The system said helplessly. The host didn't mean any harm. Mother. Jun Changshao smiled brightly and said, I will live well and fulfill my filial piety in front of you. I will give you a carefree and comfortable life. Gongsun Ruoli rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm not so old that I need to retire. My mistake. Jun Changshao said hurriedly. Okay. Gongsun Ruoli waved her hand and said meaningfully, Don't let your daughter-in-law wait too long. Go back and rest. Jun Changshao's face suddenly turned red. Damn. This guy's face turned red. Miracle. Chapter 1970. In the study room, Jun Changshao fell into deep thought after returning from the stone statue city. Xiao Ziji's resurrection gave him a bold idea. If he let the disciples in the Lingyan pavilion die and then resurrect them, would he be able to break through to the divine realm? You're dreaming. The system mocked him mercilessly. How could he use this kind of low-level bug to increase his disciple level? Moreover, there were conditions for resurrection. For example, he needed to combine the contribution points of others. As a matter of fact, all the disciples in the Lingyan pavilion, no matter how many there were before, would be cleared after resurrecting Xiao Ziji. It's not a big problem, Jun Changshao said. I can let them continue to accumulate. This resurrection function may only be used once in a lifetime. Don't you think it's a loss to use it just to break through to the divine realm? The system was speechless. Jun Changshao fell into silence. Indeed, wasting resurrection times in order to break through to the divine realm was not worth it. Also, the system said again, Xiao Ziji sacrificed himself and broke through to the divine realm after being resurrected. Letting the other disciples die in an abnormal way may not be in line with their own opportunities. I'm afraid they will still be stuck in the same place. Makes sense. Jun Changshao dispelled the idea. Resurrection was too precious and could not be wasted. Then, Jun Changshao leaned on the chair and murmured, I have to plan for the remaining slots. Since the Lingyan pavilion had a resurrection function, he naturally had to let the other disciples move in as soon as possible. 24 slots. Currently, there were only 9 disciples. They were Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingchen, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaomao, Lu Wanshi, He Wudi, Li Fei, and Shangguan Xinyao. Who should I give it to? Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. There were too many outstanding disciples in the sect. The remaining 15 slots were obviously not enough. In the beginning, it could be measured based on contribution points. But now, any disciple could meet the requirements, so he had to consider more aspects. Tianqi, Long Xiang, Long Aotian. The 3 of them can stay. Jun Changshao made up his mind and matched his name to the corresponding scroll. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, images continuously appeared on the 3 blank scrolls. Finally, each of them outlined a lifelike disciple in an absolutely mighty and majestic posture. Tianqi was indispensable. They were the first batch to enter the sect. Although her recent appearances might not be as good as Jingji's, she was still a senior disciple. She had witnessed the growth of the sect, and her own strength was not inferior to Su Xiaomao, Li Fei, and the others. So, she definitely had a place in the sect. Long Xiang. He was one of the best among the second batch of disciples, so he deserved to be admitted. As for Long Aotian, he was once Jun Changxiao's contracted beast. Now that he had become Jun Changxiao's disciple, it was reasonable for him to stay. After the portrait was finished, the characters Loyalty, Spear, and Dragon were printed on it. Zhong-yi. Jun Changxiao said, he also deserves a place. This disciple did not enter the sect too early, but every time there was a warlike battle, he would always lead the members of the War Cavalry Hall to charge at the front and contribute greatly to the sect. Buzz! Zhong Yi's portrait was sketched out. It was a classic leaping horse raising blade, as if it was shouting the will to break through the enemy lines. The special effect given was also General Zhou Hong. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "How can I leave him out?" Buzz buzz. Very quickly, a disciple standing in the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field with a sword in his hand gradually outlined. The special effect given was sword. At this point, among the disciples there were a total of 4 weapons. They were Xiao Ziji's shield, He Wudi's door, Long Xiang's spear, and Zhou Hong's sword. F***ck. The system roared, "Can a door be considered a weapon? And that girl Mengying?" Swish. On the 15th scroll, Yao Menjing was gradually sketched out. She sat on a throne made of skeletons, like a high and mighty female demon king. Even the atmosphere was abnormally gloomy, so the special effect given was demon. "We already have demon, how can we leave out Buddha?" Jun Changshao waved his hand and chose Du Nan on the 16th scroll. That guy's portrait was a bit interesting. He was holding a broom and sweeping the fallen leaves and dust in the courtyard, very much like the eminent monk in the Sutra Pavilion. As for the special effect, it also corresponded to Buddha. After all, the sect was the only Buddhist cultivator. Even Go Fugue, who swept the floor, could enter the Lingyan Pavilion. Wouldn't Jingji, who cleaned the latrines, also have a chance? After all, as the chief mecha master of the sect of all times, he could be considered to have a skill. What a pity! Jun Changshao did not consider it. Saber cultivator Ma Yongning is qualified to enter, the system said. Not bad. Jun Changshao agreed and immediately chose this uncle, who was always chopping vegetables in the kitchen and could still comprehend a higher level of saber intent. He also received the special effect of saber. Another weapon category was added. From this, it could be seen that those who entered the Lingyan Pavilion did not enter according to the time they entered, but according to their own characteristics. In that case, Chief Mecha Master Jingji should enter. Unfortunately, Jun Changshao still did not consider this disciple. That was very sad. There are still 7 left. Goshing's brain was about to explode. He said, "Who should I let in?" Actually, there were many outstanding disciples, such as number 2 tank Yang Yuhua, Song Xianzhou, and even Li Tiantian. However, because there were too many outstanding disciples, it was difficult for him to make a decision in a short time. Fortunately, the Lingyan Pavilion was only limited to disciples. If the higher-ups were also qualified, a mere 24 places would make Goshing very conflicted. "I think we can give it to the female disciples," the system suggested. Currently, among the 17 disciples who have entered, only Shangguan Xinyao, Lu Wanshi, and Yao Menjing have a little more yang than Yin. Jun Changshao said, "How many female disciples with names can we find?" Ling Yuanxue and Mu Honglian. What else? The system was silent. That was it. It really could not remember. Oh right, there's also Sun Bukong. Jun Changshao finally thought of a disciple who was proficient in medicine. Thus, he decisively accepted him into the Lingyan Pavilion. The special effect of the words was naturally medicine. Let's leave 6 empty spots for the disciples who perform well in the future. This time, Jun Changshao accepted a total of 9 people. There were strong and experienced disciples, and also disciples with special skills. There was no overlap at all. It felt like Jiang Taigong had become a god at the apotheosis altar. After the disciples were sketched out one by one, they all seemed to have realized something. Corresponding words appeared on the back of their hands one after another. If Knight Emperor knew, he would definitely be depressed. The 19 disciples only had their own words on their foreheads. Compared to them, it was really out of place. What's going on? Tianqi, who was playing football with his fellow disciples, suddenly stopped. Looking at the word loyalty flashing on the back of his hand, he was stunned. Su Xiaomao and Li Fei saw it. As experienced people, they walked up and said, "Congratulations, junior brother." Long Xiang and the others were also confused at first. However, after learning from their senior brother that this was the patriarch's recognition and appreciation of them, they all swore in their hearts, "For the patriarch, for the sect, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." P.S. Disciples' word statistics: ice, attack, stability, shield, shadow, kitchen, door, strength, wisdom, loyalty, spear, dragon, general, sword, demon, Buddha, saber, medicine. If a dedicated reader wants to create a separate list of Lingyan Pavilion entries on the Baidu Encyclopedia of the Strongest Sects, they can directly take it away. Chapter 1971. Most of the disciples stayed in the Lingyan Pavilion, so Jun Changshao had one less thing on his mind for the time being. Next, it was time to think about how to deal with the celestial demonic emperor. After this battle, Jun Changshao said with certainty, "That guy must have suffered a great loss. It would be better if we could find his hiding place." "Don't get carried away," the system said. "He might have a killer move." Jun Changshao agreed. He thought that destroying the celestial demonic emperor's 8th-division heavenly dragon was equivalent to getting rid of his right-hand man. But now there was a powerful red-haired man. If it were not for the SSS-level heroic soul and Yi Xingchen's rampage, the eternal world would have been destroyed. Damn it! He clenched his fists and said angrily in his heart, "When can I go further and be qualified to compete with these top divine mystery realm experts?" "Complete the main mission," the system said. "Maybe you can level up." Jun Changshao said, "Is there no other way?" "No," the system said truthfully. Without the ability to cheat, it was basically impossible to rely on oneself to comprehend a higher level. "If I can get the evil skill manual left by the heaven-devouring evil lord, will I have a chance to see the mystery of eternal life?" Jun Changshao was lost in thought. He still remembered what Jian Guishu told him. "I advise the host not to have such thoughts," the system said. "Why?" "Since it is an evil skill manual, it must be full of evil. If the host cultivates it, he will go mad and become a demon who will harm the world." Jun Changshao was silent. The system said, "The host should take the right path. There is no shortcut." Jun Changshao was also very annoyed. The main mission had not been completed, and the epic mission had not appeared. If he relied on time to comprehend, who knew how long he would have to wait? There was a point. Go Xing wanted to break through faster, not because he was obsessed with strength, but because he wanted to get rid of the celestial demonic emperor as soon as possible in exchange for peace. If he went further, he would have completely fallen out with the villain. If the villain sent more powerful forces to kill him, the sect of all times would be in danger. AI. Jun Changshao sighed and took out the 7 incomplete scrolls. This secret manual created by a martial arts legend was also an opportunity for him to enter a higher level. However, the problem was that after studying it for so long, he still had no clue. It was even more mysterious than the wordless heavenly book. After studying for most of the night, Jun Changshao hugged his head and roared, "What kind of secret is it hiding?" In a dark environment. The atmosphere was cold. The celestial demonic emperor's figure gradually appeared. As he raised his hand, several wisps of ghostly fire appeared. The surroundings gradually became clearer, and he realized that this was a relatively sealed area. There was a throne in front of him, and a skeleton was sitting on it. The size of the skeleton was not small. It must have been tall and burly when it was alive. It might have even surpassed the category of human. Every bone had an irregular crack. From this, it could be deduced that he must have been severely injured when he was alive. The celestial demonic emperor stopped and looked at the scarred skeleton. He said in a low voice, "When I comprehend the great art of swallowing sky and transforming demon that you left behind, I will inherit the will to rule the universe. The great technique of devouring heaven and transforming demon that he left behind? Could it be this skeleton was the heaven-devouring evil lord that was killed by the seven profound sage? However, the celestial demonic emperor stepped forward and said, "Since I want to inherit the will, I must inherit everything. So," he placed his hand on the shoulder and said, "I will use your remains to give me a hand." But the originally fragile skeleton shattered after bearing a little force, turning into dust and falling on the throne. As expected, the celestial demonic emperor was delighted. In fact, he had been thinking about this skeleton for a long time. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not hurt it at all. Until he had a little understanding of the great art of swallowing sky and transforming demon. To be exact, the celestial demonic emperor had comprehended the mental cultivation method to a certain level. It was equivalent to obtaining a key and successfully opening a door. Sorry. He turned his head and then took a deep breath. The ashes flew into his two nostrils. After a while, the ashes of the heaven-devouring evil lord were all sucked into the celestial demonic emperor's body. This operation made one's scalp tingle. Whoosh! When the ashes merged with the blood vessels and meridians in his body, the celestial demonic emperor suddenly burst out a majestic demonic chi. The shadow of the ghost fire on the wall began to sway, slowly becoming ferocious and huge. Ha! Ha ha ha! Strange laughter resounded in the dark environment. I understand one more thing. The mental cultivation method is just around the corner. In the sect of all times, the disciples were practicing as usual. The old man of Taishan led the members to repair the barrier protection formation that had been bombarded before. After the war, the eternal world entered a relatively stable stage. The calmer it is, the more likely it is that a storm is coming. Jun Changshao often thought about the future. It was a little too much to worry about. This could be considered one of his strengths. In most cases, he would prepare for a rainy day. However, no matter how prepared he was in advance, he was still vulnerable in the face of absolute power. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Rose of Flowers saw that her husband had been worried recently, so she comforted him. Don't you humans often say that there will be a way when the car arrives at the mountain, and the boat will cross the bridge when it arrives? Sigh. Jun Changshao said, I can't eat or sleep in peace if the heavenly devil emperor is not eliminated. Husband, you destroyed his army and killed the powerful red-haired man, which can be considered as a heavy blow. He shouldn't come to trouble us in the short term. Rose of Flowers analyzed. That makes sense. Hearing this, Jun Changshao felt a lot more relieved. Are you hungry? I'll make fried rice for you. I'm not hungry, Jun Changshao said hurriedly. It could be seen that this woman's dark cuisine had a deep psychological shadow. Father-in-law and mother-in-law have reunited. Husband, don't you want to take me to see them? Rose of Flowers said very softly and bitterly, after all, I'm your daughter-in-law. This, Jun Changshao said, okay then. Taking this daughter-in-law to see his parents should make them very happy. Stone Statue City, Main Hall. The old actor Zhang San sat in a chair and looked at Rose of Flowers. He praised, good. Very good. Gong Sun Ruoli also had a loving smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law, especially her ability to help her son deal with the sex affairs. However, son, Gong Sun Ruoli said seriously, you and Rose have been married for many years. You must work hard. After all, you humans often say that there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no children is the worst. Rose of Flowers suddenly blushed. Jun Changshao was also very embarrassed, but gave his mother a reason. Rose and I are too high in realm, and are limited by the heavenly law. It is difficult to have children. Yes. Zhang San agreed, the higher the realm, the higher the restrictions. Difficulties do not mean that there is no chance. The two of you are too engrossed in managing the sect. If you take more time out and work harder in that aspect, the chances of success will naturally be greatly increased. Some words did not seem abrupt when spoken by his mother. Mother, Jun Changshao said, son knows I'll go back first. Go. Before watching the two leave, Gongsun Ruoli specially reminded, your father and I are waiting to hold our grandchildren. Jun Changshao left even faster. On the way, Rose of Flowers looked at him and asked shyly, husband, what do you think? What do you mean, what do I think? Take time out and work harder in that aspect. Jun Changshao heard this and almost stumbled. He shouted, I don't think. I don't. Night. Jun Changshao sat in the study and took out the tattered scrolls again. When he had time, he would study it and it became a habit. However, when he placed the 7 scrolls neatly on the table, a bright light suddenly appeared on the cover. This kind of thing had never happened before. Jun Changshao exclaimed, what's going on?